you're still there. I wanted to see you, do you still care? Did you think of me when you left home tonight? Did you think of me? Stopped at the red light, my windows down, the sounds of the city, a night on the town. Did you think of me when you left home tonight? Did you think of me? Did you think of me? Oh, I'm fighting for my sanity, wide awake on the mattress where we used to sleep. Look for someone to distract me, wonder what kind of company you're gonna keep. I'm done with wasting time, can't have your heart, so I'll hold mine. Maybe I'll see you on the other side. Walk down the street to our favorite spot. I don't wanna go in, but how could I not? It's my favorite coffee, it's your favorite too. It's hard to be drinking it without you. I'm fighting for my sanity, wide awake on the mattress where we used to sleep. Look for someone to distract me, wonder what kind of company you're gonna keep. I'm done with wasting time, can't have your heart, so I'll hold mine. And maybe I'll see you on the other side. Oh, on the other side. This broken heart of mine. Oh, on the other side. You'll call and I'll ignore the line. I'll be fine, oh, I'll be fine on the other side. I'll be fine. I'm done fighting for my sanity. I fall asleep on the mattress where it used to be. Don't need someone to distract me, and I don't care what company you're gonna keep. I'm done with wasting time. Don't want your heart, I just want mine. So I won't see you on the other side. feel alive, dripping gold, on inflammable. It's a vibe, let it go, free the animal. Catalyze little crimes, I'm a superhero. So ready, lose yourself, go!
2022 GSL Season 2. Africa TV, Freak Up Studio, live. 2022 GSL Season 2.
What is up, everybody? Welcome to Season 2 of the GSL CEST. It's good to be back. We do have some news, some sad news. Artosis is sick with COVID. He can't be here today. We wish him the best. Joined with me is State. It's good to have you here, man. How are you doing?
It's good to be back, man. It's been a minute. Haven't casted GSL since Super Tournament last year. We got a good lineup today. I'm excited.
I'm excited to have you back here. Of course, State was an amazing Protoss player in StarCraft 2. Thank you for subbing in for me last year. And I'm glad that you're here now to help me get through this show. So we had a little bit of downtime from Season 1. But I got to say, one of the most fun and I think emotional finals that we've had in a long time here for GSL. Of course, Rogue coming out on top, looking extremely strong. And again, it's kind of the big narrative here in Korea is anybody going to be able to stop him?
Yeah. I mean, he's here looking for his, fifth GSL CEST title, which is never been done before, and if anyone's going to do it, it's him. It feels like anytime he enters CEST, he's got like a 50% chance of winning it these days.
We've got this trophy. Yeah, we've got this GSL, G5L, I should say, trophy that's been collecting dust. We thought we were going to give it to Mario, and it looks like we might be giving it to Rogue. Of course, we're going to see what happens as this season unfolds, and we also have, finally, by the way, some foreign representation here at the GSL.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
It's been a long time, especially with COVID out here in Korea, but Estrella now back in Korea. He did qualify for GSL. He will not be playing today, but he will be in next week, I think, is when his group is played. And
yes.
Always exciting to have foreigners fighting in GSL.
It's cool. Of course, we did have Special during the pandemic. He was one of the few foreigners with the right visa to be able to stay here. But basically, South Korea was all locked up. So if you were in here, then you were staying in here. If you weren't, then you couldn't get in. So, it's good to have some new foreigners here playing in this season. And I think in Season 3 especially, we're going to be ending on a real high note here. As I know personally, and I don't know who's announced what, but there are going to be a lot of foreign players flying out here to compete.
Yeah, very exciting. And here we go on the board right now. You have the schedule now. Usually it's Monday, Thursday here, but we do have DreamHack coming up in a couple of weeks, so we will have GSL back-to-back in the round of 10 before going back to the typical Monday, Thursday schedule, and a lot of exciting action ahead of us. Another new season.
Yeah, dude, it's cool to be back, and we're going to have a lot of StarCraft 2 going on throughout the year here, but we do have that little break there. We do want to give DreamHack their time so that they can get their viewership, so be sure to mark that down on your calendar. Normally, it's always Monday, Thursday with the schedule that we've had this year in the last couple years.
Right.
But we will have a Monday, Tuesday, a Tuesday sandwiched in there so that DreamHack can have their viewership as well. So do be sure to join us for that. And we also have a new format here in the GSL, which I think is pretty exciting.
Yeah.
This show is 11 years old, 11 and a half years old now. So we need to mix it up. We need to spice it up here in the formats. Now, if you're tuning in for this part, we're in the round of 20 here, and it's going to be the format that you guys are used to, but we do have some changes as it moves on there. I think we're going to have graphics for that as well when we get there.
So 5 groups of 4 players each, of course. It's just like the old GSL format in this stage. Top 2 players of each group is going to advance, and after that, I mean, we kind of got a little bit of everything in this GSL. We're going to have a round robin. We're going to have a group stage. We're going to have a single and playoffs. It's exciting.
I like it. I like what we're doing here. As you guys can see for today's matchup, man, Rogue, GuMiho, Hero, and DRG. And GuMiho, being back, he was gone for some time, and seeing him here now is super exciting.
Oh, yeah.
Rogue, I think, look, I'm kind of glad we're going to get this out of the way to start the show off. Yeah, Rogue is going to advance, okay?
Yeah.
If not, it's all we're going to be talking about as we get all the way to the finals, because that would be insane. But seeing Hero and DRG, look, DRG has played very well. I think he has not been able to deliver, or I should say compare, is probably a better way to put it, to his past performances.
Yeah.
But it's exciting to see, with a guy, a much older player, that he's still out here and he's killing it. And then with Hero, dude, this guy's an inspiration, I think, for every Protoss player out there.
Yeah, he's been back in StarCraft for a year, and he just seems like he's getting better every single season, returning to that old peak hero form that we loved years and years ago. And there's an argument to be made that he's one of the best Protoss players right now. I mean, maybe first is Trap, but second could very easily be Hero. And talking about best players in the world, Rogue. I mean, see all those ones in the bottom left? Those are championships, baby.
It's pretty insane. Just what Rogue's been able to do. Again, I am interested as we have more non-Koreans coming back into Korea. How is he going to fare? Obviously, Europe has got a lot of Zergs that are real threats. A lot of good players in general, but of course, Zerg is an extremely strong race as of now. GuMiho, this is a player that, as someone who's not a Terran player, I've always been fascinated by, because he does have a very different approach to the game, and it's interesting because obviously it works. He's a GSL champion. He's extremely good, but players don't seem to choose to emulate him as much as players like Maru, TY, or other Terran historical figures.
He's kind of like the Terran SOS, if I were to say that, because his playstyle, it really is unique. And I mean, when GuMiho first came into GSL Code S, he was a random player in that very first GSL Code S season. He switched to Terran the following one, but I think he might have been the only random player ever to play in Code S. And
that's correct.
I mean, it's just a testament to his creativity and his unique approach as a player. You never know what you're going to get with him.
We're going to go to Nautilus 2 for map 1. This is Rogue versus GuMiho. Look, GuMiho's a great player, but Rogue, definitely the favorite. It's going to be a best of 3. Let's see what happens as we start our first game in GSL Code S Season 2. Good to be back.
Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Rogue.
All right. This theme was inspired by children's artwork.
We have a very interesting art concept.
Yeah, we're mixing it up here.
Psystorm Gaming, GuMiho.
So, yeah, man.
12 years, you got to keep it fresh.
We do. So, to start things off here, again, Rogue, really the dominant force in Korea, along with a few other players. Maru's certainly been up there if you've been staying with us for the last couple years. But there's no denying it. Zerg is having the most success in the game. It doesn't mean that Terran can't win or that Protoss can't win, but it does seem to be pretty clear that Zerg is a very robust race that has a lot of ways to play. And I've talked to Artosis about this quite a bit. I mean, look, when you can have creep that can fill up the whole map, that speeds up your units and gives you vision, it's pretty good. But with Korea being closed up during the pandemic, we did have a bit of siloing here for regions as far as live events go. So Rogue has just been killing it in that period. Obviously, he was killing it before as well. But if we don't see Rogue 4-0 here, it's going to be very surprising to me.
Yeah.
I mean, 4-0 in the 2 best of 3s and move out.
I agree completely. I mean, this is a guy that's won, like 3 Code S's in the past 2 years. He's playing at the top of his game. In the new patch, there was a nerf to Queens, a nerf to Zerg, and it doesn't even seem to be affecting him at all. He won the last Code S season. He's the reigning champion, and he is the guy to beat.
Yeah, he is, a real threat coming into this. But we should note that there are periods where conclusions are drawn in an RTS game, whether that's StarCraft 2 or the other great RTSs out there, where people say, well, this is kind of how it is. And then there is, a moment where somebody catches on to an idea, and that can become an idea that kind of spreads like a virus through the entire scene, and then we see the matchup get reinvented. So I just want to put that asterisk in there, as I do say Rogue is the best player that we've got in the tournament right now, and that maybe we do see somebody come up with something that can change the game.
Hopefully. Would love to see another underdog story, but it's been a long time coming. Is not quite able to catch that Zergling, but it doesn't get all the way up the ramp, so Rogue a little bit in the dark about what GuMiho is doing. But gotta say, one of the things that impresses me most about Rogue, and I think you touched on this a little bit with just Zerg as a race, is so good at gathering intel across the map. But Rogue, not only is he a great reactive player, but in terms of preparation in the best of 5 or best of 7 series, he's got to be the best in the world.
It seems like he really just knows when to attack or rush or cheese, and then he knows when to almost not do anything at all and kind of just wait and play that reactive game. And so, going up against GuMiho, to be honest with you, I do think GuMiho is, I think, one of the harder players to prep against.
Absolutely.
I find his play style so weird. Now, in this game, GuMiho, he's getting a Viking, he's getting his third command center. And, this isn't the safest way to play. It is, a good way to play if you want to lean into development. Rogue has certainly been a player that has punished players who go for a third command center quickly. Doesn't mean he will for sure, but we should note that. I mean, this Overlord is going to confirm whatever Rogue was looking for, and so he's going to see the CC, he's going to see the Hellions coming out in pairs from the factory, and then we got to see, is there anything Rogue wants to do to react to this? And it might not be any kind of aggression at all. He might just try to macro even harder.
Yeah, for now, just going up to lair, getting a few more drones in, and maybe he'll apply some light pressure, but for now, just seems happy to kind of build up his own base. Is getting Baneling nest, but that's no surprise. Doesn't mean there's any all-in coming or anything like that. Just having to play his game. And honestly, if you're Rogue and you're going up against GuMiho, I mean, we saw that GuMiho, he hasn't had the best results of late, but I don't think that's really reflective of his skill. GuMiho is a very good Terran player, and as you said, he's hard to prepare against. So for me, if I'm Rogue in this situation, I'm scouting a third command center and some Hellions and everything just looked kind of standard. I'm happy because it's kind of more of a comfortable, normal ZVT, and that's where Rogue can really flex his muscles,
I think so. I mean, that's where you look at that and you go like, okay, well, nothing crazy's happening yet. I think GuMiho's most iconic play style was kind of an alternative mech approach where he was using lots of Cyclones. Obviously, that's not going to happen in this game, but in this case, he's really leaned into, honestly, if I had to look at this and name a player, kind of like Innovation or,
it's about as standard as it gets.
Yeah, we've seen TY and Maru obviously do this. I think everybody who's played, any amount of macro games, this is sort of the go-to build. On Rogue's side of the map, he's going to get +1 attack and +1 armor, and he hasn't really, I think, concluded on any one kind of tech. We see Banelings coming. There is a chance of Muta tech coming in with this. It could just simply be Mutaling Bane. I think especially when you see that melee attack, which is basically designed to clobber the Terran as it comes out, eliminate the ability for them to shut down bases, and then just outgrow them from there.
Yeah, Hellions and Marines, you get a good Lynx around and follow up with some Banelings, and that's a dead army. And GuMiho now pressuring a little bit on the map, going to take out some creep timbers, not letting Rogue get too much map control yet. We see some Lings in production from Rogue as a response to that. For now, it seems like Rogue's just kind of content, I mean, with these Lings, I'm sure he's feeling safe. He's even squeezing out a couple more drones. Gonna have a 1-1 upgrade soon. And from GuMiho, what I'm really wondering is whether we're gonna see some kind of really big 1-1 or 2-2 timing, because he did get those engineering bays up quite quickly, and when you're powering up on 3 command centers this early, usually it does lead to that kind of timing, if not a long, protracted macro game.
Yeah, it should be. I mean, it's going to be basically the Terran trying to push out and not let the Banelings connect with the Marines. He needs to just try to micro them back as best he can here. So he's going to just try to do the dance of not letting the Banes get too close and clear some ground. I do want to point out on this map, it does seem like it's pretty easy for Zerg to get 5 bases if the creep is where it is right now, which kind of coats the entire area that you would need to glide across with your army to get to. Terran's going to go for a drop.
I think just trying to control the area.
Yeah.
Just keep the creep back. And like you said, I mean, if you're fighting on creep and Ling Bane comes in, it can be really tough to deal with. So I love this move by GuMiho, just trying to remove any map control he can from Rogue. And I mean, this provides a lot of value. If he decides to go for another push later, this is going to buy very valuable time to shorten the distance between his base and the creep and then the Zerg's main hatcheries. So I like this. I like that GuMiho is kind of really playing the game of controlling the center, especially looking at, I mean, like, if you imagine Rogue having map control in the center with creep right now, it's so wide open around this Zelonga watchtower that he can easily set up flanks coming in on the left or the top side.
Sure. It's a good spot to control. You're absolutely right. And he's going to start to spread his tanks out over here and try to shoo these queens away. Now, at this point in time, we are seeing more and more Banes get amassed. Hydras are going to be coming out here as well. Is this going to be the moment Zerg tries to pull the trigger here? The Lings are going to come down. The Banes need to chase down and connect with these Marines, and they do not.
Was able to clean up a good number of takes, though. I think 2 went down and a little bit of bio. not the best trade there for Rogues. We actually see GuMiho taking supply lead right now, just really flexing his muscles with this macro, and what I thought was an okay trade for Rogue really doesn't turn out to be. That's a nice Baneling connection, but that's a lot of damage coming in from GuMiho. I mean, he's really pushing Rogue's base right now. It's a lot of pressure.
It's a lot of pressure, but, I mean, let's not forget that Zerg hasn't lost anything crucial. They haven't lost the fourth base. They haven't lost the fifth that's being made right now. But again, one of these Banelings connect, and it could be pretty catastrophic. The Queen's kind of blocking the way here for these Banes as the kiting continues on, and I think if GuMiho can keep controlling this right, he should be okay.
Yeah, has a lot of Marines still alive. 2 more tanks do go down. That's a really nice pick off there for Rogue, but right now kind of deathballing are these Marines as the Baneling connection is just not quite there. He's getting some damage in, but not enough, and GuMiho just kind of parade pushing this right now. He has so many Marines.
Yeah, and they're going to continue to come in here and chase this. You know, I got to say, if GuMiho could just kind of keep this momentum going, especially as the Baneling count thins out, he might have a chance, but as I say, that 11 more Banes come down, and you know, the Marines can kite and run away. The tanks, you really need to have in enough numbers, I should say, that they can obliterate the Banelings so that the Marines' jobs are a little bit easier.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was just going to say, what you were saying, having the tanks there in the front to be able to shell down the Banelings is so critical. So you see Rogue, every time he goes for these engagements, he's not really wiping the floor with GuMiho's army, and he might not be taking the most cost-effective trades, but just as you were saying, those tanks are so critical, and he's keeping the count low, and that's the reason why GuMiho's push, although it was great, is now kind of stalling a little bit.
Yeah, I like the Liberator here, but is this idea too little, too late? You know, at this point in time, the push from Terran has thinned out, and we're seeing GuMiho kind of try to be more tactical. I think that's because there's nothing else he could do. But I don't know if this is going to get done what it needs. Now, the Banes are going to come around here, and yeah, this is just going to get shooed away from Rogue. As you could see, there's not really a whole lot left to do here. Even the Hydra's actually sniping a medevac. But when I see the supplies the way they are, Terran has to have a number 2 punch coming in here.
Yeah. And we see that number 2 punch coming out right now from the natural with a big chunk of Marines and tanks. But, I mean, as you said, the tank counter just keeps getting reset. He's back up to 4 now. But as you see, that's a lot of Ling Baneling. And that's quite tough to micro against.
Whenever I watch these, you know, the metaphor I instinctively want to give is a tug of war in the middle of the map of, like, you know, the Terran army and the Zerg army. But then I feel like that metaphor kind of doesn't land where it needs to because of the tug of war. You're trying to pull them towards you, where here it's kind of the opposite. But you know, the first tug of war, so to speak, that was happening back there, really Rogue managed to get rid of, and now we're basically seeing this push coming here at the bottom. Now, this is not an ideal angle to try to hit in here with the Zerg, but he may be able to just force it with the numbers being so good, and absolutely he will. There's no way for that final tank to retreat. The position has been reset for Terran. Now, Zerg, by the way, does not have an easy next base to take. This map doesn't really make, like a lot of other StarCraft 2 maps, I should point out, there's not like a very straightforward 6th base. So if the game goes on for a long time, that might be something we want to keep in mind as far as like how this pans out.
Yeah, but at the same time, I mean, these past couple of fights have been so overwhelmingly favored for Rogue. And I mean, now he's got his Hive Tech out. He's got 118 Lings. Soon those are going to have the Adrenaline upgrade as well. He's got Vipers coming out. I mean, it feels like he kind of weathered the storm there in the mid-game. He stopped GuMiho's push. He just chipped away at it just enough to hold on. And now kind of the wind is out of GuMiho's sails. Like, he wanted to make this push happen with Marines and tanks, and now he has to mix in Marauders because the Baneling and Ling count is out of control. And some good damage coming in now. He will be able to snipe this hatchery, but the real story is just the force of Rogue. It feels so powerful right now. I'm not sure that GuMiho's really able to get more done than this.
Yeah, it's kind of weird that that's how that hatchery was killed off after all the back and forth and all the drama. It was basically just Rogue, like, having his screen at the wrong place at the wrong time and losing that. But that is actually pretty big. It's 4 base to 4 base for now, with the 5th being taken. And, you know, this I think is still, or this was most of the time in Rogue's favor. Maybe GuMiho has a shot here for the next few minutes. If he could poke out this base, which I think is doable, that would be huge.
Yeah, he needs a really good fight to make this happen. I mean, the siege tank count is so low. He's down to only 5 or 6 medevacs because those Hydralists just keep picking him off, even with parasitic bombs coming in. And Rogue now morphing 9 lurkers. GuMiho, if he can sense this opportunity, he might be able to make a move. I think there's only one upright here on this base.
Yeah, and we've got these lurkers coming here. And I mean, that's going to make the push a little bit harder. Not bad splitting from GuMiho, but he's got to be careful. You know, the lurkers kind of make it a lot more difficult to finesse through that. You know, you sort of either can or can't. So he's going to look for another position. But, dude, it does seem like GuMiho is slowly moving ahead here. It's not an easy position to fight either. You got to go from one side of the map and take out a base and then swing to the other side. And, you know, Terran are always vulnerable when the tanks aren't sieged and everybody's having to traffic around. You know, a lot of Terran is just trying to get a position and then, thwart their lack of that position.
Yeah.
So, I mean, let's let this game go on here. It looks like Rogue is looking for a fight and a good dash away here from GuMiho.
Yeah, Rogue's feeling really confident. He's going to yoink some of these tanks back into that line. They will immediately go down, but there's more coming from GuMiho. He's still almost maxed, and now he's adding Ghost to the mix, and we've been seeing him make this work just with Bio, just with tanks, but once Ghosts come out and start picking off those Lurkers, those Vipers, this could just swing into his favor. I mean, we keep talking about how good the trades have been for Rogue, but GuMiho's macro is just out of control. He's been maxed for so long now, it feels like.
And again, if he just keeps poking out these bases. By the way, there was something I think we never caught, or as I say that, the observer goes over here. I think a command center was going to land there, and then it just kind of, it's like the game's going fast. You just have this, you like throw the command center somewhere else on the map. But, you know, Terran is starting to really look a little bit bigger than the Zerg in every way. That doesn't mean that Zerg can't come back, but dude, this is kind of a crazy, exciting first game here for Season 2. And what I thought was going to be just like a run-of-the-mill, like Rogue beats the Terran, and then we go to the more interesting matches. This is super cool.
GuMiho, he's hard to prepare against, man. And I mean, he's making a straight-up competition really work. Like, it's not even like he's duping Rogue with some finesse tactics. He's just playing pure macro, and he's not letting up on the pedal. I mean, even when he makes trades that we think aren't the best for him, he's not conceding any ground. He hasn't really given up the middle for the past, I want to say, 10 minutes. And he's making it work against Rogue of all people.
And let's keep in mind, Rogue's third base, I think, and I mean, I could be wrong, but I think that's pretty much mined out.
Yeah.
So at this point in time, if any of these bases are killed again, it dramatically decreases the income here for Rogue. So Rogue is on thin ice. Doesn't mean he's going to lose, but it's a very tough spot to try to play from.
I think the story now is, in this game, is as you said earlier, little engagement coming in. Oh, wow.
I think that was a misclick.
The Ghost is actually getting abducted there. No snipes coming in, but you mentioned earlier that it is really hard to take a 6-base as Zerg, and it seems like GuMiho's game plan now is to just never give that ground up, and eventually Rogue will run out of resources if you're able to control the center of the map. And so far, it's been working for him. That's a lot of Lurkers, though.
Yeah, the Lurkers are funny, though, right? Like, they're great when it comes to defending. They're not great at running around the map and killing stuff off, especially when the Terran has as much of the map as he does. So, you know, this is a very, very tough position for Rogue because the Lurkers can't both kill all the bases and then defend them at the same time. And so, like, we're kind of seeing Rogue almost at the point of loss. Again, he could still recover, but like the next few minutes are going to be really important to follow here. You can see Terran's trying to just wedge in between the Lurkers and maybe try to hit the hatchery. This tank is really causing a headache now. Keep in mind, and look at the bottom of the screen, guys. It's about 300 minerals coming in at a time. Where, you know, GuMiho he's out of touch. He's so rich.
Yeah.
Okay, like it's insane.
He's got a private island and everything, man.
It's crazy. I mean, so now any major blunder may just end up with Rogue losing a base and losing the game.
Yeah, he has to retain these Lurkers.
He has to.
At least until he gets a 6th base, and we see it on screen now up there in the top left. He is taking it. He's making it work, and I think GuMiho, once he sniffs this out, he's going to be moving over there and trying to shut that down, because if he can't deny that 6th base, this game is won.
State, he's making battle cruisers. That's actually a really good move. That's going to be super annoying.
Yeah, I mean, what does Rogue have to deal with it? He's maxed on Ling, Bailing, and Lurkers, and none of those units shoot up.
Yeah, no, that's like a really cost-efficient way to do this. Now, look, Terran loses a base, and yes, that is important. Terran has to be mining as well, but I don't think that the strain is going to be the same as it is here for the Zerg for just a little bit. But if Terran, okay, hold on, he needs to pick this up. He cannot lose these ghosts.
Damn. I think only one of them goes down. Really nice pickup there by GuMiho, who actually saw him sniping some banelings. It's not something you see every day. And Rogue is going to retain this base, but as you said, I mean, GuMiho, he does lose one command center, but he has that bank. Down to about 1,500 resources now. Oh, there's so many snipes coming in.
Yeah, this is pretty cool.
Yeah, that's a lot of ghosts. He's got to be careful with these.
Are there no more tanks?
I think he has them just slightly off screen, if I'm not mistaken.
Is it that in the middle still?
I think
saw
so.
Something there earlier. I'm just wondering because like this isn't exactly the composition you see every day.
Yeah. I mean, ghosts in the end game are just, in my opinion, straight up the best unit.
It's
They're
so
crazy.
strong, you know. And once you're able to get that snipe, there's just not a whole lot you could do. And looky here.
Yeah. How do you deal with this?
And in this game, really, Rogue elected to have like this ground army, and the fact that now he's pulled away and he's just going to use this to hit these lurkers is pretty cool.
Like one parasitic bomb on one battle cruiser is it's a feels bad man right there, man. It's not ideal.
Yeah, it really is an insult to that ability, isn't it? By the way, Terran does have bases in the bottom left and the top right, but SCVs are not mining from that yet. The income is still far superior, though. For GuMiho, when compared to Rogue, although I'm worried that, you know, the fun unit composition that we saw there, we're kind of seeing why it's not always used as much. Rogue's starting to fight back a little bit, but that being said, his supplies at 130.
Yeah.
I think GuMiho can kind of, no matter how you cut it, force the end of this game.
Absolutely.
Which is going to be, honestly, a pretty high and exciting note to end the first game of Season 2 of GSL.
Yeah, GuMiho just with a masterclass. He controlled the middle the entire game, retained all of his ghosts, and just played the long macro game against Rogue of all people, and he makes it work.
The Ghost Gamer. Look at this.
It was something else.
I can't believe that ended the way it did. To be honest with you guys, I was kind of in denial even when GuMiho was winning, when I'm like, yeah, well, you know, I've been hurt before thinking that Rogue's going to lose. Damn, dude.
That was impressive.
That was impressive. Now, here's a couple thoughts. You know, Rogue played, I think, about as passive as is humanly possible, seeing the 3 command centers, right? And that's not wrong, by the way. There's many ways you can approach builds at times. And I think that is one of the builds where there's a lot of ways to approach it.
Yeah.
Will he be passive if GuMiho plays greedy again? That's what I want to see.
I think he's got to mix it up. I think maybe him seeing that 3CC, and like we were talking a little bit about this before, how GuMiho sometimes is a little bit unpredictable. See those 3CCs, maybe you're feeling happy. You can get a nice long macro game, but now it's like, maybe he can beat me in those.
Or maybe you think he's going to do something weird after the 3CCs, and it's like, no, he does exactly what you're supposed to do. Guys, we're going to go to Hardwire for Map 2, GuMiho versus Rogue. It's going to be weird to say GuMiho with a 1-0 lead. Will it be 2-0, or will we tie it up? Let's find out.
Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Rogue. Storm Gaming, GuMiho.
Interested in seeing what GuMiho pulls out of his hat this time. And is this
He's checking for the proxies.
Yeah.
We've seen this, I think, especially against Rogue. And, like, I don't have the numbers in front of me, guys, but I feel like out of all the games I've casted, a lot of times when people beat Rogue in a game, almost always in game 2, they proxy racks to try to, like, just, you know, get me on into the next group. And so it's not surprising to see Rogue, you know, comb the map and just see, okay, are there any barracks out here? And there's not.
No, GuMiho just kind of playing straight up again. We'll see if he decides to go for another 3CC tactic, but, I mean, oh, look at this.
Oh, welcome.
Creator is Artosis'
theoretical GSL champ. Artosis with his theoretical victories. Good to have an audience again. Welcome those of you, whether you guys are residing in Korea or visiting. It's so cool to have people back in here.
Yeah, a lot of foreigners coming out today, too.
Yeah,
it's a pleasure to see.
it's a nice change, man. We had 2 years of still doing the show. I mean, the show never stopped, but just this like empty, weird studio, and it's dark, and like we'd cast these hype matches, and then it would just like we'd end the show, and it's just all the lights turn off. It's like quiet and weird, and it's like, all right,
no applause.
No applause. Yeah, the player's like, yay, and he just takes the trophy and he goes to the back room, and we're like, okay. So this is fun to have people back here.
Yeah.
Guys, for those of you at home, studio is open. I think we have a cap on how many chairs we can, or how many seats we can have.
It's two tickets, maybe. I'm not sure exactly how it works.
Not for this. I think we just have. I actually should have checked with production, but I think we can't have it to full capacity. So if you're going to come, just come down early. But yeah, anyways, I mean, it's just great to have people down here in Seoul at last, especially with the country opening up and everything.
Yeah.
So, you know, let's see in this game what GuMiho wants to do, unless Rogue's going to really start to tell the story first.
Yeah, he's going for a Stargate with a tech lab, so
I wonder if he's going to abandon that after the Ling scouts it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I mean, Rogue was not really able to get the full scout until he came in with the Overlord in the last game to see the 3CC, but still going to go for it. This could be one of those like double mind games where Rogue might think he might, you know, switch it up after getting scouted.
Yeah,
it's just like, nope.
If you had this where you get scouted like 4 times and you change your build so many times, it's inefficient no matter what you do.
I used to play Protoss, man. I remember like I would play like PVT, and like I'm building a Dark Shrine. I get scanned, so I cancel it, and as soon as the scan expires, I place it down.
I've done exactly that. I know exactly what you're talking about.
The mind games.
Yeah.
Love it.
And then you find out your player is so bad it wouldn't have mattered either way what you did.
He actually made turrets like 2 minutes ago.
Yeah. And you're like trying to outsmart him, but instead you're just losing money canceling stuff and remaking it.
Yeah. So we'll be Cloak Banshee coming from GuMiho, and this is something GuMiho has been a fan of for, it feels like his whole career. I remember this guy going Cloak Banshee back in like 2011 and TVZ and TVP, man. One of the OGs.
Yeah, he did that a lot, and not surprising to see him doing it here now. So this is pretty cavalier here, just putting the command center right on the low ground.
Yeah, kind of treating their Banshee like an Oracle would in the PBZ, where you just use that to secure the space.
I like that comparison. I think that's a very good point, just, you know, knowing that Lings can't come in here and rush this down. So he's looking for, you know, a drone he can get. Looks like he does find one. Oh, he kind of hiccuped the shot there, so one drone's going to get just damaged. So the layer's coming in, the Baneling's nest is coming down. This isn't the exact same build from game 1, but it's not that different either. I mean, in this game, he has a Banshee that's going to roam. But essentially, Terran is just taking 3 bases right away. We have 2 E-bays coming down. I mean, I don't think you have to be a rocket scientist to figure out this build. It's just going to be mass infantry, you know, probably tanks and you know, pushes like that coming out. So it's really going to be up to Rogue to handle at least the early to mid game, handle something like what was in game 1.
Yeah. Feels it's like it's kind of just a different road of getting to the same place there for GuMiho, but on Hardwire, it can be a little bit more difficult to make that work because there's more lanes on this map compared to the previous one. And I mean, even seeing the creep spread, it's tougher to control all those different locations. It takes a lot of army movement, a lot of scans, and GuMiho might not be able to play the exact same game where he just kind of contains Rogue on 5 bases. And actually a nice pickoff here by Rogue, catching GuMiho a little bit unawares. I mean, anytime you can pick off Marines and delay that snowball effect for Terran a little bit, helps a lot.
Yeah, it might not look like much when you kill a Marine here or there, but it is going to thin out that army later on. Raven and 2 Banshees coming up here. They're going to have to turn around immediately.
I think a lot of this might be to control the creep spread because, like we were talking about, it is more difficult to control it on a map like this with so much more space and lanes, and that's a nice adjustment there by GuMiho. I like it.
And let's also keep in mind, this is a map where like Zerg is going to get more of their bases more easily.
Yeah.
You are far away, and there's a lot of just bases kind of given to you. There's a lot of bases on this map in general.
Going Spire as well, too, so he's really gunning to shut down those Banshees.
Yeah, and is he going to go Mass Muta here?
I don't know how many we're going to see, but certainly enough to control the air, because he does not want those Banshees and Raven roaming around and controlling his creep spread, because already, I mean, it hasn't really progressed in the last minute and a half, and that's kind of the golden time for Zerg to get their creep spread going before the Terran's really pushing out, you know?
Well, also, I mean, if you're going to go mass Ling Muta Bane, you usually can, if you get the right angles, just crush the army.
Oh, yeah.
And I do think that he let, that was a sick play. Force the cancel on the command center.
Yeah, luckily, it was just a little bit in production. Didn't lose too much worker time on that, so able to start it up just again. And GuMiho, it seems like he might be aware that mutas are going to be the switchers. He's moving back with his air units. Not sure if it was a scan or he just scattered it or just has that kind of star sense right now, seeing Rogue on just Ling Bane for so long. And there are the mutas. I think we got maybe 11 out for Rogue right now, and he's going to look to get some damage done.
Yeah, he has a turret at each base. I guess not one at his third, but the other bases he has just like one. So we're going to see how much that actually drives them out. And I think he realizes there's a bit of a sweet spot over here at the third where there aren't Marines and there are just SCVs. So he's going to get a decent amount of kills here. I don't see GuMiho scrambling to get back here as fast as he probably should.
Yeah. That's a nice pickoff there. I mean, not having that missile turret cost him a couple of SCVs. Even going to get another one on this command center as GuMiho is kind of scrambling to shut this down. And we are seeing a few more mutas added. And GuMiho actually with some nice counter damage. I guess he kind of feels like he needs to trade out these Banshees eventually anyway.
Yeah, I mean, if you could bring the mutas back home, or like force them to bring the mutas back home is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Then they're not going to be getting damage over here, and then they can cloak. And so, you're just making them come back home and defend. Eventually, we are going to have that push. I think this is just to try to catch the mutas as they're en route.
Ooh.
Nice.
Not quite able to engage off that, but could have been good. And
it's a little bit premature, it looks like. I think he's going to try to go underneath this base here on the low ground. And, this could be pretty good.
Yeah. Rogue's going for a counterattack, though.
Yeah, let's see what actually is here. You know what?
This might work.
This is a lot, but it's not an insane amount here for Zerg. Whereas I feel like the Terran is really able to generate an actual major threat.
I think you're right.
I mean, yeah, the mutas and Lings are gonna be killed off eventually. Maybe not. How many mutas are actually in here?
I want to say about maybe 12 or 13, but I mean the story right now is this third or fourth base here for Rogue. It's just going to get taken down right now, and this is a really strong position for GuMiho. I mean, sure, yeah, Rogue is getting some economic damage done. GuMiho only mining on 2 bases, but here we go. Lings and Banelings coming in right now. GuMiho with a really nice spread, able to divert a lot of this damage, but I mean, Rogue just has so much.
Yeah, I think that Rogue really had like some pretty smart decisions here. I thought that push was going to do more than it was, but he really seemed to know exactly what hand he was dealt this game. And the thing is, Zerg took a lot of damage, but Zerg still has a wrecking ball here with these Mutalisks. He's going to take out this command center. The SCV count is actually pretty good, 59 to 62.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Okay. You know what? I'm going to hold out here. I'm not sure who exactly is going to come out on top here. Zerg has not really been mining that much, but Terran seems to have lost a lot of the assets they had here. Most of the mutas are still in the game. We're going to have a lot of transfusions come down here. Finally, these Marines are going to be killed off. But I think as we see the dust settle on both sides, I think that the Zerg actually has a lot more to fight with. Yeah. I just see Marines walking around.
And on top of that, Rogue, I mean, with four hatcheries, is just able to drone back up. I mean, that worker lead was pretty much even before, and now he's all the way back up to 70 drones. And I mean, that's what having that kind of standing army gives you. It gives you breathing room to re-drone back up, and one Thor and a bunch of Marines are probably not going to cut it.
Yeah, the Thor's going to be good against the Mutalisks, but I think Banelings are going to be a bigger problem here.
Yeah, especially on the creep. We'll see, though. Rogue right now, navigating on the left side with his mutas, going to try and find some more damage, and GuMiho at the same time going for a drop. We'll see what these mutas are able to do.
Oh, man. Yeah, not able to repair that quite as much.
That's the Thor, 20 mutas.
Yeah, the Thor comes here, and he can swing that Thor around and try to chase these, mutas away. Looks like it's coming a little bit too late here. That second geyser might end up burning down.
This is a tough position for GuMiho. I mean, he's kind of pinned because the muta counts are getting so high. Plus, all those air attack upgrades are coming in as well, and
The thing is, I don't feel like there's enough growth here for GuMiho.
Yeah.
I feel like he's still stumbling on his side of the map, whereas Rogue has really continued to stabilize and grow. And also the unit comp is kind of weird now. It's like one tank, one Thor, and then it's 69 Marines.
76 Marines
so
now.
sick. So, yeah, I mean...
Yeah, it's a tough army to control. It's maybe manageable to defend with pushing on creep against Ling Bane with an army of almost pure Marine. I mean, this might have worked 2011 when like Marine King was the only person who knew how to micro, but nowadays it's I don't know. Maybe GuMiho can pull the rabbit out of the hat, but it's not looking like it.
Yeah, this is tough. This is rough. Also, I mean, look, it's not like he chose to try to build this comp from the start of the game. This is the comp that is left over after a pretty crazy base trade situation where they were both taking real jabs at each other.
For what it's worth, GuMiho, he is doing a good job of stabilizing. He's kind of minimized the economic damage he's taking back at home, but the real problem for him right now is, as we said, the army composition isn't ideal. This next fight, unless it's purely defensive, is probably not going to be pretty. And Rogue just kind of has free reign on his side of the map. I mean, he's already up to, I can't even count that high. That's a lot of bases.
Yeah,
maybe 6.
It's pretty insane, the spread he's got. Terran barely on 4 bases. But look, Terran has massed up here. I mean, let's see how the next couple of exchanges go. I mean, I've seen a lot of TVZs in my day, and usually when the map looks the way it does, it is a long haul for Terran to try to get all the way up to any of these bases and really take them out. And don't forget, Zerg has counterattack potential.
That's right. All those Lings, all those Mutas. Rogue going to try and find some more damage. We'll be able to get 1 tank for his trouble, just taking a little bit of damage from that Thor. And GuMiho's going to try and catch him. He does get 2 Mutas. Oh, Rogue!
Whoa.
Rogue with a little bit of a misclick there. That's half his Mutas going down.
Yeah. That goes to show you how fast fights can be lost in StarCraft 2, man.
Yeah.
That was quite a bit. And look, I mean, the Mutas aren't everything. It's not like he lost all the Banes, but that is a lot.
Yeah. There's a reason that Rogue is remaking them, and that's because they have a lot of utility in terms of pinning GuMiho back, and the counter damage of being able to pick off tanks or pick off turrets and then SCVs is really valuable for the Zerg. And as it is now, I mean, both players is kind of content to sit on their side of the map. Rogue kind of waiting for that muta count to get back up, and GuMiho once again prepping for the late game. I mean, this army comp, as you see right there, it's 3 Marauders, 1 Thor, and a lot of Marines. But his Remax, if he's able to build a bank, has the potential to be really good.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, you know, the longer GuMiho goes in this game, just building up, the more of a threat he's going to be. Rogue is looking for counterattacks, but GuMiho was pretty conservative for most of this, and now GuMiho is going to come in here and flatten this base. And dude, this is actually pretty insane. Now the thing is, he can't get back home.
He's going to doom drop.
Yeah. Now, I mean, is this going to work? I don't know. He's kind of set up this pretty. I don't know. This is hard for Zerg to fight.
Yeah.
I don't know where this game goes from here as well.
I think what GuMiho is looking for here is the best possible trade, because this army is dead. He just decided to trade it for the base, and maybe that's because the army composition wasn't good and he wants to remax on something better, but frankly that kind of feels like a misstep. I mean, you're all the way back down at 140 supply right now against a maxed Zerg, and you will be able to remax on Ghost, Marines, and tanks, which are kind of what you want, but yeah, kind of a tough spot. I mean, especially losing the Medivacs, like going all the way down to 7 and maybe 3 more are going to fall, that really hurts.
Yeah, I mean, that was a weird moment because it was exciting to see the Zerg base get killed, but then you see the Zerg come up from the bottom, and it's like, yeah, Medivacs can't actually run home from this.
That's like a 360 surround, man. Left side, right side, and top.
And, you know, those bases, you know, it's always good to kill a base, but the Zerg has so much more. He's basically hitting bases that have barely been utilized so far. If you look at the mini-map, the top left has been filled in for a long time. And I think it's going to be the Zerg's turn to try to return the favor here at the bottom right. The Terran is only just now beginning to get a presence on.
Yep. GuMiho knows that too. He's going to be trying to set up a sensor tower to get intel on where that next move is going to be. And I mean, the advantage for GuMiho, if he is on the defending front, can be pretty good. I mean, he even has the bunker upgrade, which we don't see too often. But I mean, this army composition, if you can kite into planetaries, you can get some really favorable trades.
Yeah, I mean, The problem is, I think that there's such, yeah, I was going to say when the Banes start to really get made to an absurd number, what you see is the Terran run, maybe the Marines don't get killed, and then the Banes just go onto the planetary and blow it up, and then they keep chasing the SCVs and the Marines. And I think we're going to see that here now.
Yeah, that's a lot of Zerg coming in. Those Banelings making good connections. A lot of SCVs going down the planetary as well, and 62 Zerglings in the production tab now.
Yeah. The scary thing is, it's not even just this attack. It's that the supply is going to spike up again. And you know, this is the difficulty I think for Terran when they fight a Zerg that gets out of hand. Is that then the Banelings, they can punish so heavily.
Yeah.
Obviously, the Baneling comes from the Zergling, which can be made immediately out of all the hatcheries. And you have all this excess gas anyways, right? And so the Terran's trying to remake the Marines, the tanks, everything else. The command centers, whatever else you lost, and then you just come in there with a second blow. So it's like the Terran's rocked with the first punch, and then the second punch is usually the KO.
I think that's what we're going to see here, man. That's a lot of Zerglings, even more coming in. One Ultra in the mix as well, and GuMiho's going to try and kite for his life, but that is too much Zerg. 100 supply now for GuMiho as Rogue's looking to tie this one up. Gonna be going into game 3.
Yeah, this should be over. Oh, there it is. GG.
Rogue kind of showing him why he's the best player in Korea right now.
Yeah, well, that was kind of more in line with what I expected. It is interesting to see GuMiho once again play very vanilla.
Yeah.
You know, not that it's bad or anything. And look, I mean, GuMiho could be one of these players, and this happens to people that we see a lot, where they've actually reinvented their style entirely. And like the position I'm casting from is like someone who's been around for a long time. Is that like, I got to really adjust to the new GuMiho. Maybe we're going to see that in game 3 if he does it once more. Because whatever GuMiho thinks you need to do to beat Zerg, he's doing now because he's against Rogue. He's not saving this. He's not against, you know, one of the lower tier Zergs where he might want to have some tricks, you know, for the later parts of the tournament. We're going to go to 2,000 atmospheres either way. And again, GuMiho won in game 1. It was insane. It was really impressive. Can he do it one more time, or is history going to repeat itself and it's Rogue winning the winner's match like he's done, or the first match like he's done so many times before?
Yeah, we'll have to see. Like you said, GuMiho, he really might be reinventing himself. He's not holding back. These are the strategies that he thinks gives him the best chance of going to the second group stage. And it worked in game 1. He was able to control the map. Game 2, maybe not so much, a little bit of missteps, but that is a map that's a little bit better for Zerg. And 2,000 atmospheres, we'll see what he's able to do.
Yeah, we're going to go to that game 3 now and see if Rogue or GuMiho is going to take it on our map, 2,000 atmospheres.
I came for war.
Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Rogue. Storm Gaming, GuMiho.
Okay. There is that a drone scout? Bob?
Yeah.
Okay, but is he going to actually go? Okay, he is. I thought for a second he was going all the way across the map. I thought we were going to see something crazy. Yeah, look, same idea as game 2. He's like, you're not going to cheese me, right?
That would be a bad way to go out.
Right.
It's always a threat when you're down 1-0 in the first game of the series because, I mean, it just takes one cheeky win.
Yeah, well, we've had whole eras of StarCraft 2 where Terrans just proxy racks a lot. And, you know.
Some of the best moments in StarCraft 2 esports. I mean, I'm thinking back to Game 7 of MVP. I think it was MVP versus Squirtle.
Squirtle, yeah. It's probably one of the most iconic finals in RTS history.
Yeah, proxy 2
And there were people that were mad. I remember looking on Twitter, people were like, this can't be right. Like, it's not fair.
These people are fools.
Yeah, I'm like, well, you just don't understand how the game works. But this is why we have a whole bunch of games back to back, you know.
Yeah, being able to put it all on the line and go with the proxy 2X against the best Protoss in the world on the biggest stage in the final map.
Yeah.
No, that's impressive.
That's
I'm a
super cool.
Protoss player, and I love that.
Yeah, that was super hype. Well, I'm watching GuMiho, and I'm trying to see if he's going to do basically the same thing. And it's looking like it so far. I know we're not that far along in the build here, and a lot can happen. But, I mean, it's going to be very interesting. And honestly, very illuminating for, the way that players like GuMiho and a lot of other Terrans look at the matchup, right?
Right.
I mean, GuMiho has always sort of had the... if most players were Coca-Cola, he was sort of the Pepsi as far as play styles go.
I like that, yeah.
And he was always sort of doing something, different. And it wasn't like an all-in different. It was like, well, we're going to get a couple different units, and I have these different timings, and I'm good at it, and they don't even know what it is, and that's sort of my edge. And this is a way a lot of players play the game, is it's like, I think the proper way to say it would be like you're playing around the meta instead of playing the meta or trying to counter the meta. You're just sort of doing something that's obtuse. So, I thought we were going to have a little bit of that with GuMiho. And again, so far this looks like Game 1 and Game 2. I don't know if there's going to be a Banshee or not, but I mean, if we see a third command center start, that's going to be really interesting for me to see that this is where GuMiho has concluded. You want to try to beat the best Zerg in the world.
And no
in 3 games.
No tech lab coming in yet, so I think this is looking a little bit more like Game 1. And I mean, on this map, it is a little bit harder for Zerg to go take all of those forward bases as you see the tech lab dropping now, but I think that's not for Banshees. I think that's going to be more for Bio. And the mineral count creeping up towards 400. I think we're going to see kind of a repeat of Game 1 in terms of playstyle here for GuMiho. And this map, he might be able to make it work. And I even like this little cheeky move. I mean, we talked about how quirky GuMiho is sometimes.
Yeah, we don't really see this tactic employed on a hatchery ever. We've seen it on creep tumors, but it's kind of cool to see that it actually has almost worked. There was no armory made, right?
No.
It was not, right? Okay. No, no, there's not, because there's a third CC. I thought for a second, like, am I dumb and these are going to turn into Hellbats? Like,
yeah, the 4-minute Hellbat, bring it all in. No, but he's forcing a lot of lings. I mean, he will trade out these Marines, which does hurt a little bit, but all of those lings, I mean, those could have been drones. And actually, he is going to go for a Banshee. So this is a little bit of a mix between Game 1 and Game 2, and kind of different timings. I mean, this isn't really a Banshee that's being rushed out to pick off creep tumors or pick off drones as fast as possible, but I mean, sometimes we see this where players will go for like a delayed Dark Templar or a delayed Banshee because it's hitting at a slightly awkward timing and it's not really expected anymore. Like the window is passed. And so because it's less optimal on paper, sometimes it's more optimal in practice. As we see like here in the main, there's no Spore Crawler. GuMiho's confirming this and even getting 2 drones, maybe even 3.
Yeah, I like the way you pointed that out. Like, I've been laddering a bunch in Brood War, and that's kind of true with the Reaver in PvT, where it's like you can get it much later, and then because they're like, well, that part of the game's gone. Right. We're already past that. That when it comes in there, it actually does more damage than before.
Yeah, there's very few spores, if any, out right now for Rogue. So this Banshee does have potential to do work, and if GuMiho continues to poke and prod like this with Hellions, he might even be able to pull all the extra Queens away. So we'll see what he decides to do with that. In the meantime, just powering up. He did take that 3rd CC. I'm liking what we're seeing out of GuMiho here in day 1, I gotta say.
Yeah, and I actually like the tactics we've seen used here early on. I mean, he did actually get Rogue into a pretty uncomfortable spot. Now, Rogue is pretty... Oh, boy.
That hurts.
Well... Yeah, that's actually too bad because he was building up with that. You know, whenever you see more and more Hellions being made, they are giving up on Marines being higher in numbers later on. But, you know, if Hellions get surrounded, they're actually just bad. Wow, will these links get in here?
Yeah, I think they're falling apart a little bit. I mean, this is by no means game-ending, but losing those Hellions, you lose a lot of tempo and map control, and then Rogue even saw the Banshee, so that's not going to catch him unawares anymore. And, yeah... Going to see another Spire coming out for Rogue, so looking a little bit like Game 2. And GuMiho losing that tempo makes me a little bit concerned about how this mid-game is going to go if Rogue decides to really commit to some kind of timing with Lings and Banes, because I mean, the creep spread's not really contestable right now, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a bigger issue, I think, than anything else is these 3 base builds, and what I liked about this 3 base build specifically was that Hellions were roaming and it was kind of keeping the Zerg tamed on this side of the map. And then when those Lings came in there and surrounded those Hellions, now the creep is just going straight towards the Terran.
Yeah.
And the problem with that is that it's hard to have a good surface area to take fights on when the creep's that far. Terran can always push out, scan, and kill creep right away, but if it's like several, and this is kind of an ugly way to measure it, but like several screens worth of creep before you get to the base, then it's like, well, Zerg's going to find an opportunity to take a better fight somewhere in between point A and point B.
Yeah.
And before Terran gets to, you know, that point where they start to act.
Yeah, this hurts.
Yeah. A lot of mechanical errors here from GuMiho. Like that was a right click and not an A click.
I mean, he was playing really well there at the beginning, and then I feel like maybe getting caught kind of with his pants down, not looking at those Hellions, just getting this around really took the wind out of his sails, because you saw him kind of scrambling to try and resolve that situation, and then suddenly there's Lings in the main, he's losing some Marines at the front of his base, his Banshee's getting spotted, and that's the kind of thing that can be a little bit, I don't want to say tilting, but it can kind of put you on edge and lose a lot of confidence in your game plan. And go another CC gonna get canceled here. No, actually saving it. Rogue not really wanting to trade all of those Lings out. I think he could have gone that if he full committed, but you know, gonna be able to save that for now. Nice little silver lining, but this is looking scary.
Yeah, this is pretty bad here. And again, you know, that expanding in a brazen way like that, it looks like it's not going to be punished this time, but you got to be careful for that as well, right? Turrets coming down here to the main, and this is going to be too late. The mutas are going to come in here, and again, you know, it's bad that Terran's going to lose SCVs, and obviously the Terran doesn't die here. The Marines chase it away, but the bigger issue is that Terran hasn't punished the Zerg for growing.
Yeah, it's all tempo.
Yeah, and as I say that, there is a small amount of Marines coming down here. We don't have it on camera, and I don't. Okay, there we go.
Yeah. It's a nice little push there by GuMiho. I like the idea, especially here with Widow Mines trying to hold down the fort in the main base, but he's going to have to pick up, because that's a lot of Ling Bane there defending back at home, and Rogue might set his eyes on that now if he's not able to get too many add-ons. I mean, if he's able to pick off those medevacs even, quite going to get him.
And, I mean, look, if we can just rewind all the way to the beginning where it was game 1, and, you know, GuMiho kind of miraculously won that game. A lot of that, I think, came down to this weird moment where there was suddenly a drop over at the new hatchery on the 9 o'clock position, and he just killed it. And it was like nothing we said really led up to that moment. It just kind of happened.
Yeah.
And Rogue wasn't ready, and that's what started it. In this game, we're having nothing like that, and we're just sort of seeing GuMiho get beat up on. And a lot of this, weirdly as it sounds, goes back to those Hellions being surrounded, and then the infantry getting surrounded early on. And then the mutas coming in here and hitting the turrets, and it's like what we're watching right now is GuMiho try to put out fires.
Yeah.
And he's supposed to be, you know, pounding the Zerg.
Right.
And there's just no moment where that's coming here. This game could end shortly here. I know the supplies are very high, but basically there's a Hail Mary play coming out right now.
Yep.
And this is going to be do or die, now or never.
It's a lot of bio. It's a lot of Marines and Marauders. There's a lot of micro potential here, and we'll see. He's going to set up some Widow Mines. Needs really good connections on the Banelings. Not quite able to get them, and a lot of the bio already being shedded down. We have even more Zerglings in production. 17 Banelings coming in, and I mean, GuMiho with these reinforcements might be able to make something happen, but it's just it's so tight. He really needs like a perfect fight to be able to win this, and I think he knows that too. That's why he's kind of posturing back a little bit now.
Yeah, this is actually a pretty good engage here for the Zerg, to be honest. Those Marines are actually not that strong right now. It's going to be Banelings that are going to be the closer here. You know, it's going to just engulf the army. It's one of these, like, for the Terran, it's like the floor is lava situations where you can't land anywhere without being killed.
Yeah, this is not looking good for GuMiho. I mean, the supplies don't really tell the full story, because this is kind of an undignified army of mostly Marines and Marauders and Medevacs, which is not going to contest all these Lings, all these Banelings, all these mutas.
I would not be shocked if Terran taps out here.
Yeah.
I mean, this is, you know, we're just seeing kind of everything fall apart. The Zerg has so much money. I mean, it's just going to be more Lings, mutas, and eventually Banelings.
Yeah, that's got to be it.
There it is, GG. Okay, Rogue reasserts his dominance. a glimmer of hope for GuMiho, but this is not a best of one. And Rogue comes through with a commanding performance in that best of three and reminds everybody of why he won the last season of GSL and why he very may well win this one as well.
Yeah, that was a fantastic showing from GuMiho there in game number 1. And I liked a lot of the ideas that he showcased there in game 2 and game 3. I love the poke out with the Marines there in the final game. But he just, losing those Hellions, as you said, he lost so much tempo, he lost his map control, he was no longer able to keep pressure on the creep, and then the Zerglings come into the main base, the Banshee gets spotted, and like as you said, like you don't want to put out fires as Terran in the mid game. You want to be kind of controlling the Zerg, and that's what worked so well for him in game 1 and not in game 2 or 3.
Guys, short break coming up next. Hero vs. DRG. We will be right back.
I'll be coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I'll be coming up hot for a minute.
저 GuMiho 우리가 기다린 사이다. 저 GuMiho 부담 없이 즐기는 사이다. 시기 섬유 함유
이런 게 이 시대의 사이다.
질성 사이다 플러스.
상큼함 맥스, 칼로리 X, 맛있는 탐스 제로. 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로 탐스 제로. 같이 떠나볼래?
아침은 라떼 홀릭 점심은 라떼 홀릭 저녁은 라떼 홀릭 둥글하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀릭
달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타
라떼 홀릭
I'll be coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I'll be coming up hot for a minute.
저음이야호 우리가 기다린 사이다 저음이야호 부담 없이 즐기는 사이다 식이섬유 함유
이런 게 이 시대의 사이다.
질성 사이다 플러스
상큼함 맥스 칼로리 X 맛있는 탕스 제로 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로 탕스 제로 같이 떠나볼래?
아침은 라떼 홀릭 점심은 라떼 홀릭 저녁은 라떼 홀릭 둥글하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀릭
달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타
라떼 홀릭
Today's matchup. Rogue. GuMiho. Hero. DRG. Round of 20. Group A. Africa TV. Freak Up Studio. Live. 2022 GSL Season 2.
Welcome back, everybody. GSL Codas continues on. Look, the results were par for the course. The games, I think, were pretty interesting, though, for that GuMiho versus Rogue series. Rogue comes out ahead 2-1, and I think is likely to just advance out of Group A, being that first player onto the next round.
Yeah, no surprise there, honestly. I mean, GuMiho had a good showing, but Rogue, he's the best in the world right now, in my opinion, and he showed why. And excited to see this next match, Hero and DRG. It's going to be a fun one, man.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. I do think Hero is the favorite here. I think he really changes the game when he's here. He wasn't doing his military service earlier. I think that ended like somewhere in the start of last year.
It was almost exactly a year ago, I think.
So,
I think
yeah.
he joined his team, Dragon Phoenix Gaming, in June of last year, if I'm not mistaken. So he's been grinding back, and it's been nice kind of seeing like these new faces like GuMiho also return, you know? It's fantastic having all these old faces come back. Hero, legendary Protoss, used to be, at times, was the best Protoss in the world, and he definitely has the potential to reach that plateau again.
Yeah, so like, you know, with him being here now, I think it's going to really change the way that we understand Protoss. I think he had some amazing games last year that really made me kind of change the way I think about the race and certain matchups. DRG, he's still a solid. He's very, very good. I do think he's going to have a tough time against Hero, because I think Hero, he's constantly showing a lot of new ideas. He also is a little bit different from all the other Protosses. I guess if I had to compare him to somebody, I'd say kind of like SOS.
Yeah, a little bit.
But with a little bit more kind of aggro and micro play in there as well. Anyways, we're going to start this out on Hardwire here.
Yeah. Hero's play style, from what I've seen, it's fun, man. I like the aggressive gateway style that he goes for sometimes. It's really great. All right, let's go. Map number 1 on Hardwire. Hero versus DRG. Let's get to it.
Dragon Phoenix Gaming. Hero. Team NV. DRG.
Yeah, probe sent out here to block. Kind of funny to see it get there a little bit late. I actually wasn't watching the subtleties there. Maybe that drone is actually sent out a little bit sooner.
Or maybe it was a pylon scout. Sometimes you see the Protoss will send an extra probe like very, very early, almost at the start of the game to block it. But
Again, fun to have an audience down here, guys.
It really
that
is
was for
nice.
Memorial Day. I think it's Memorial Day in Korea.
There's some holiday going on.
I think it's Memorial Day.
Hmm.
I'm probably wrong.
I think you're right because today they played the air raid sirens, I believe, are at 10 a.m. to kind of honor all of the
fallen soldiers.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Day off here for most people in Korea, but not for the gamers.
The gamers.
Not for the gamers.
The
dude.
backbone of the economy.
That's right. So I call them the Philosopher Kings.
Philosopher Kings. Actually, haven't heard you call them that before. It's really good.
Yeah, man. Weather's good in Seoul, by the way.
It's gorgeous
It's
today.
nice outside. The city's opening back up. We finally got audiences again. So cool. So I'm not even going to try to pretend to know what Hero's going to do because it's very, very hard to call.
He's going to go for a Stargate. I can tell you that.
That's I'm like, but how can we know, State? How can we know for sure?
He could cancel it.
So, I mean, Hero again, along with SOS, and obviously SOS is retired, but
yeah,
you know, he's always been super exciting for me. You know, as a lifelong Protoss player, I've always been inspired to see the kind of stuff that he'll try to pull off. But you know, Hero's not always cheesy. He can be. He does seem to be a guy who knows how to leverage positions and setups. Like he'll get them in an uncomfortable spot and then really push that, and then try to use that to his advantage to whether that's a kill move or like just get further ahead.
He's got that killer instinct. If he smells blood in the water, he's usually going to go for it. And he's one of the best controlling Protoss players in the world. I mean, people usually when you talk about Protossers that can control really well, you talk about parting with his Blinkstalker micro. Back in the olden days, it was MC. But Hero, he's right up there with him. I mean, like, got some nice little micro damage done there with his Adept. Delaying drones a little bit, taking no damage. And you see it whenever he decides to do like gateway pushes or like Adept timings. Like the way he finesses his army, it's really brainy the way he does it. And like even just the raw control, the raw micro it's so good.
It's crazy, and that's saying a lot because in StarCraft 2 we do see a lot of miscontrol. I mean, things happen really quickly, and sometimes things really are decided in a fraction of a second. I mean, like so many games we've seen where like the force fields are supposed to come out, and it's like, there was a hole there.
Yeah.
All the Banelings got through, and I guess you lose. So, you see that he almost never has those moments. By the way, this is kind of another little subtle thing about what we just saw there, where he's like, okay, I see when that started. I know exactly that I could deny that, and I had no other opportunities to do that. We don't normally see the Oracle go for an egg.
Yeah.
But Hero kind of, like you said, has that killer instinct.
You take what you can get. Any opportunity. I mean, it costs 25 energy to activate that beam. You might as well use it.
And he's going for a Twilight Council, but this is with a third base. So, on DRG's side of things, it's droning. The Evo Chamber's done. We're going to see what kind of upgrades. But, basically you just try to deflect the Oracles and don't let them get too much damage. And both sides have chosen to be in a very much so a growth phase of the game.
Right. Here, just trying to get some economic damage done with these Oracles. Is going to get 2 drones, not 3 there, but not to get too much damage. Would be surprised if one of these drops. I mean, 4 drone kills retaining all your Oracles is nice. You take these, and it gives them the breathing room to take that third Nexus, as you said, and now just kind of transitioning into a Gateway army, which we've seen a lot from Hero in this matchup, and he makes it work. I kind of like the breath of fresh air that it is, watching Hero play.
Yeah.
I'm not really a big fan of the whole Void Ray Sky Toss meta.
Oh, yeah? You don't like that?
No.
I like that a little bit. Like,
you do? Do you actually?
I'm like, well, I think like if I had to have a stylist probably going for it, I think there's something I would find comfort in trying to do that, but it is a little bit of an ooga booga way to play the game.
Yeah,
I get it.
Yeah, well, I mean, Protoss is just the ooga booga race. Let's be realistic about it. I mean, like, on the other side of the coin, like, instead of building Sky Toss, Hero's making 8 gateways and getting Blink. And he's going to go do a big timing, and he's going to win or lose with it, probably. Yeah. And
we're going to see if DRG's ready for that. It looks like the target could very well be 12 o'clock.
I love this really fast 4th base. 6 minutes. And
wow.
He's got the production to to defend this too. This is almost like a bait. Like, I feel like if DRG goes and tries to shut this down, I mean, Hero's almost at full 3-base saturation. He's almost at 66 workers, and he's going up now. I think that's 11 gateways.
So this is an actual commitment to the 4th base, you think?
Oh yeah, for sure.
It looks like it with the gateway wall up here.
For sure.
So it kind of looked like it was going to be a timing attack, but he's going to get a 4th and just hit much later, which I feel like we don't see as much with gateway builds. It seems like it's a lot of 3-base or 2-base.
This is kind of like a Macho Man way of playing Protoss, where you're just kind of brute forcing it with gateways and a really powerful economy. And this is the kind of Protoss play that I like to see. And yeah, we're seeing him going up to 70 workers now. If this was going to be a 3-base all-in, he would stop at 66 or 67.
And he's going to get a second forge here too.
Yeah.
So he really just wants to have kind of a big fighting army here later on. I actually thought it was going to be something to try to close out on the 4th, but that's only because I've casted so many GSL games where that is where it ends up. But this is kind of cool.
Yeah, Hero, he has a unique Protoss style, and this is what we're seeing from him a lot. And he's been making this work. I mean, he's been beating really good Zerg players in like the weekly tournaments as well. And his style is just so tough to beat. I'd love to see it. I mean, 128 supply pushing out on 4 bases here at 7 minutes and 30 seconds. This counterattack's not going to do anything. Those stalkers will blink away, and Hero just kind of sharking around on the map right now, and soon his time's going to come, and he's going to go for a big timing, and we'll see if DRG's able to handle it, but these run-bys really not getting much done.
Yeah, I mean, not getting basically anything done. I mean, we haven't even had a probe die yet. All these Lings are going to be killed off. Again, Lings are the most expendable thing in the whole game. Damn, dude, a 5th base?
Worker counts are even. 5 bases, 2 forges.
Yeah.
It's sick.
It's cool, man. I mean, it's like this attack we kept saying was going to come. It hasn't come yet. It's like, well, he's just going to get so big. And keep in mind, if Protoss plays like this, you could have some crazy tech switches later. A lot of times when we talk about tech switches, it's from the Zerg standpoint. They're usually the first race to do that. But if you have this much, oh, dude.
Hero is so good.
He's a gamer, man.
He's absolutely a gamer.
He's absolutely gaming right now.
He's a true philosopher king.
Dude,
right
he's
here.
a philosopher king, man.
That's a big army poking around on the map, though. He does have, I think, 6 force fields in those 2 sentries and going to blink away. And there you go, perfect force fields. Those banelings, they do not do bonus damage to these stalkers. A lot of them are going to be able to get away, and he is taking some damage, but pretty even trades overall. Actually, kind of an ambitious blink right there on the Roaches and the Queens, but DRG with his army not really able to match right now, and even more gateways coming in. Finally on 5 bases, we're going to get the Templar Archives as well, as we see Hero kind of transitioning his army into building more Zealots that'll make gas for the High Templars later, and really a fun macro style. 5 probes at a time at 9 minutes.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy. Protoss actually exceeding by 1 worker here, the Zerg. And, with the Stalkers and the Oracles, you can really do a lot of damage and then just kind of run away again.
Yeah.
Which I like. And it looks like he's going to try to punish on the map. We actually saw this in the TVZ earlier. Not this spot here, but if we end up seeing these Stalkers, there it is. Hitting this location, whether you put siege tanks down there or Stalkers up here, you kind of punish the Zerg, and then when they get in there, you're like, like that.
4 more gateways coming in. We got to be close to 20. I want a building count now. 2 more. Love it.
And he just has the Zealots right-clicked over here. And I'll tell you what, man, I don't think this was the game that DRG thought he was going to be playing. And this is a very different approach to the matchup.
Yeah.
I mean, Stalkers are always pretty good at harassing, but, like, we're past 10 minutes and they're still running around en masse.
Yeah, these are the kind of hits that DRG needs. These run-bys, the Banelings, to try and keep Hero's economy in check, because really not much has been working for him so far. And, I mean, DRG, you can see he's kind of scrambling to deal with this, even accidentally right-clicking his own Creep Tumor and killing that instead of the Zealots there. And Hero just continuing to power up. I mean, even after that Baneling run-by killed all of those workers, he's up by 4. I mean, he's building 5 at a time right now. And once he hits max and he has Storm, this game is kind of going to turn on its head, I think, because as it is right now, he continues to make these moves. He's sharking around on the map with the Oracles and the Stalkers, but the way that he's controlling the creep, I mean, you see it right here, the Zerg's never really able to get us around. Like, yeah, you will shave off a couple of Stalkers every time that Hero pokes, but you're never going to kill that ball.
Yeah, that's the issue. It keeps escaping, and upgrades keep finishing up here. Now, Hero is a little bit down in supply here. And one thing I've noticed with Hero, and I don't know if it's going to be the case in this game, but I'm just going to say it. Sometimes he just kind of harasses forever and doesn't get that killing ball. I guess with the Archons here now, he is going to actually have something to take it. I only just now saw that. A little bit ago, I thought it was just Stalkers, and I'm like, we need something that's actually going to fight and stay, right?
Yeah. That's why he's been building those Zealots for so long to get these Archons up, but DRG actually with a really good surround there where the Zerglings got a lot of damage done on the Stalkers, and this is not the best fight for Hero, but he's still making it work. 50 supply ahead of the Zerg right now.
Dude, he's everywhere. I think this game just ended, actually.
It did.
What a bizarre PvZ. I'll tell you what, I really like it.
Yeah.
I
Macho
really
man.
like it.
He's the Macho Man.
He is the Macho Man, dude.
He didn't even, I was thinking he might go for Storm, but it felt like that entire game he was building up his economy, building up his army, shaving away the Zerg, keeping the Zerg in check until he reaches 200 supply, gets a bunch of Archons, plus 3 weapons, plus 2 armor, and just kills them.
Yeah.
That was sick.
That was very cool to see. And, you know, I think DRG, like I think almost any other Zerg, is sort of posturing to be ready for an attack, which is what most Zergs are dealing with, is that one, here comes the big one.
Yeah.
This is what we've all been leading up to, and he's getting ready to just punch that in the nose, and then he's going to be freed up to try to play his game. And it kind of never came until the very, very end back there. I mean, it was Stalkers running around, hitting stuff, and then blinking away. And then DRG sort of was, or I should say, Hero was even with DRG. Yep. Which DRG didn't really plan for. He just kept expanding and closed it out.
All right, guys, let's go into map number 2, 2,000 atmospheres. Hero looking really good.
Yeah, dude. Oh, I'm so happy we're casting Hero again, man. He's so good.
Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Hero. Team NV, DRG.
You know, earlier in the broadcast, you were talking about how sometimes we'll have a player who just kind of goes out on a limb and develops a new strategy that just kind of takes over like a virus and infects the meta. And I gotta say, the way that Hero plays PvZ, I think it has that kind of potential because, I mean, you see what happened in game number 1. There were almost no holes in his gameplay. Like, think back on what DRG could have maybe done, and for me, I don't really have a lot of answers.
Yeah, well, you know, we've had such a long history of Protosses trying to do their, like, kill move moment. Yeah. And Hero seems to be not really interested in that. He's trying to just slow them down on his side. And I like it. And we actually, and I think it was last season specifically we saw this, Hero kind of played like that against Terran. And it actually reminded me of, like, Brood War, Protoss versus Terran, where the Protoss kind of like just runs in there and like tries to hit a base, kind of like their Zerg, and then runs away again, and isn't really interested in getting like the best units in the game, and is instead trying to just get a lot of units and outpace them. And what's funny is we don't see that as much at all in the matchup for StarCraft 2 until Hero started doing it a little bit. And we saw SOS do some stuff like that before as well that looked kind of weird. And it really is a kind of different way of looking at the game. And now we're seeing Hero do it for Zerg, which is kind of crazy.
And the way that he does it, like how aggressively he takes bases, is just insane. Because, I mean, that entire game, there's that short window where Zerg's on 3 bases and they're injecting and producing off those 3 hatcheries where, yeah, they are going to have a worker lead. But, I mean, once you get 4 Nexuses up and you're Crota boosting, you don't have to stop making drones to make an army.
Yeah.
You keep making those probes and you keep making stalkers.
Yeah.
It sounds kind of simple when you put it down like that, but there's a reason that no one's really been able to make any style kind of like this work until Hero kind of came back onto the scene, and it's a breath of fresh air. I mean, this is always the way that I wanted to see Protoss play because it's so fun to watch.
Yeah.
I'm excited. I think Hero, he has a lot of potential here this year in GSL.
And maybe he'll do it again in this game. I mean, that's the other big question is this a style that you bring out from time to time? Or is this kind of like, no, this is what I'm going for. In fact, you can assume that I'm doing this and I might win anyways.
Yeah.
You know, and I think a lot of Protoss theory has been hinged on like, and not always, but a big part of it is kind of like, well, you have all these really specific tech roots and they're so different from each other, and if you can get creative with that and punish them, you can either kill them or get a lead in that way.
Right.
And there have been historically Protoss styles of play that are very straightforward, like Zerg or like Terran. But this is kind of in that area where it's like, no, I have enough and I'm harassing you and I'm growing, but there's not some surprise. There's not like DTs that are going to come in and you're not ready. Or a Warp Prism with a Sentry in it at your ramp and you block that and warp it. Nothing like that.
Yeah. When I was a professional player, I used to kind of think about it in terms of, like, there's like a triangle of the way that you play in terms of, like, going really high tech or really big economy or really big army. Yeah. And very often you can kind of do 2 of those things, but you can almost never do 3.
Yeah.
And it's always been tough for Protoss to try and go tech and eco.
Yeah.
I mean, it's tough. Like, we see people trying to do Sky Toss and macro for so long, and it's just, you lose so much tempo, and then your army's very fragile. If you lose critical units, the game is over. As we see, once again, Hero going for the same style.
It's like a Protoss trilemma.
Yeah,
basically.
But the way that Hero's able to do it is he's like, okay, I won't go for those high-tech units. I mean, it wasn't the highest tech unit he made in the previous game was the Oracles to start, which are they just make you safe. They give you map control and scouting information. And then once he had +3 ground weapons, he made Archons. Yeah. Besides that, it was just gateway units, just macro. And it's really fun to watch. Like, this is something that I keep harping on this, but we haven't really seen players accomplish. I mean, even in this game, he's actually getting 4 drones. It's more than he got last time. This is nice.
Yeah, this is actually a lot here. I really like what you're saying here, State. It's a really good point. Protoss gets memed on and stuff a lot, but this is sort of like the way that it has to function, right?
Yeah, especially at the top level, because it can be... A lot of the popular and most successful styles in pro history have been very fragile.
Yeah.
And that's why sometimes you'll occasionally get a player like Rain who, at his peak with his defensive high-tech macro play, was able to make it work, or Parting at his peak with his really aggressive play was able to make it work. But it always feels fragile. But the play style that we're seeing out of Hero, especially here in PvZ, at least from my perspective, maybe it's because it's such a new style and the Zergs haven't been able to adjust to it yet, but it just feels solid.
It looks good, right?
Yeah.
And, it is such a breath of fresh air compared to this sort of, I'm going to get you. Like
I'm going to get you.
I'm going to get you style of play that Protoss has had, where Protoss runs over there and he's like, is this your card? And then the Zerg's like, no. And then the Protoss dies and we're like, well, that time an attack didn't work.
Yeah.
He's like, was it the ace of hearts? He's like, it was 7 club. And then all the adepts die.
Yeah. We'll see if Hero's able to make it work again, as it is right now. Just kind of powering up on 3 bases, increasing his gateway count. Low number of sentries, high number of stalkers, just kind of exactly what we saw. And I actually like this even.
Now, so this is kind of like, is this your card build?
A little bit,
But here's the thing, is it pairs well with the first build.
It does.
Right? And there is, I think, more so in StarCraft 2 than actually any other RTS, but when one build you works in one game, you can do another build that looks like that, and it kind of makes the second build stronger than the one that was used in the first one. So this is like a decapitation build. He's going to try to come in here and snowball this fight. Oh, even a cannon back here.
A little bit of a counterattack there by DRG, but Hero's army is very mobile right now. He might be able to get this base. DRG has to dive right now if he wants to defend this, I think.
Yeah, and I don't know that he can defend this. The Stalkers are a number where you can one-shot Queens.
Yeah. The issue right now, though, is the Lings. The Stalkers are not very adept at cleaning those up, and we do see Hero is researching charge right now, so that will be the follow-up in the background. 7 probes do go down, so a little bit of the wind coming out of the sails here in this push, but Hero, he does have fantastic control. Stasis going down. That's a really ambitious blink, actually. He feels like he can take this fight.
I think he wanted to try to basically save the stasises. Was that a full-on overextension? I feel like it is.
I think it was. That wasn't... If you're controlling that perfectly, you might be able to... You might lose 1 or 2 stalkers as you blink them back and blink them back and blink them back, but yeah, he lost a little bit too much there, and you really want a death ball with these stalkers. You want to retain your army and continue to build up and trade it out for a small number of Zerglings, a small number of Roaches, but right now he's still trying to make this work. I mean, Roach Ravager is only 30 supply ahead, and it's a very supply-intensive thing, but these counterattacks by DRG are just getting a lot of value.
Okay, you know, it wouldn't kill him to just snipe the hatchery.
Yeah.
I feel like you get that far down, because the Zerg is getting larva every second. I mean, you know, especially when he got that far down, it's like, just click it down.
Yeah. The issue is, even if you do kick it down, the Zerg's only on 66 drones. He's mining fully from 3 bases, regardless of whether that hatchery dies or not. And
but
so
at least you get something, right? Like,
true.
Yeah. I'm probably wrong in this.
No, not at all. I mean, it's better than nothing, but the thing is, like, now it's out of control, right? Like,
Oh, you think I'm right? I like lost
I
confidence
do.
with you because
No,
you're like
you're
so much
right.
better than me.
No.
I was like, I'm probably wrong. You're like, no, it's okay, Taste. I'm like, you guys probably think I'm stupid and fat, right? You're like, no, Taste, this is okay, dude.
You're right.
No, you got it, man.
A hatch kill is a hatch
You're a
kill.
gamer too. I'm like, okay, thanks, guys. You know,
I just think
trying
he's
my
dead.
best.
I think he might be dead regardless.
Yeah, this is going to work.
That's the issue. Sorry.
This is going to go to game 3 here. There's no
Absolutely.
way. I like the idea, though, from game 1. DRG takes it, and we got ourselves a match.
We do. And I like what you said, how game number 1 kind of really set up this build in game number 2 because it looks the same, going for 3 oracles, going for gateways, getting fast third base, and then kind of you just turn on a dime. Like instead of 4th base, I'm going to throw down maybe 2 more gateways and go for a big timing push. I feel like maybe Hero, if he hadn't fully committed there, especially with that blink, if he had kind of taken his time and realized that, oh, I actually can't break this position, I'll take a 4th base behind this and consider the macro back at home, he might have been able to make it work, but instead we're going to be going to Curious Minds for set number 3, and we got another series, man. It's been a fun start to day 1 of Season 2.
This has been a great day so far, man, and we're just getting started here in the second best of 3. Hero versus DRG continues on. Hero winning with a very modern style of PvZ, and then trying to dial it back into a timing attack and failing. Really, DRG on the receiving end so far. Let's see if that changes as we go into game 3.
Came for war.
Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Hero. Team NV, DRG.
Boom.
I think it's a fun style.
I think it's fun. Are you not having fun? Look at our style. So the probe, I don't think that didn't actually deny the hatch, did it?
Yeah, I don't know
You sent that
exactly
there anyways.
what happened. So I'm pretty sure DRG could have taken the base of the natural. So I'm confused. I wasn't following that exactly. Because one thing in my head that I could see is like an explanation is maybe like DRG spotted the probe timing with the Overlord and thought it might block the natural hatch, so he just goes to the 3rd. But I feel he could have gotten it down at the nat. I don't know.
Seems like it. We do see some Zergs that just like go to the 3rd base anyways, like they don't want to deal with it. GSL is cool, dude.
It's very cool.
It is cool. Thank you, Gemini.
It's very good
to have you in here.
Yeah.
It's good to have the cheerfuls back. It's good to have people together in the studio again.
It's lovely.
This has been great games so far, too. You know, we don't always have good games in this phase of the tournament. Sometimes kids just get dumpstered.
I feel like maybe the new format of GSL, with the round of 20, kind of it brings it up to a little bit of a higher level, you know? It's a little more competitive
so.
here, even starting from the get-go.
I think we've tightened it to the right amount, you
yeah.
know?
Whatever tournament production staff is, like, using their wrenches to tighten the screws on this ship is doing a really good job, man.
Opening up the GSL dashboard, turning some knobs around.
Yeah, because this format's fun. I've never actually, maybe I'm showing some ignorance here, but I don't think I've ever really seen any kind of tournament with this style where you go from group stages into round robin into a secondary group stage and then single elimination playoffs. Is like a little bit of taste of everything. Every stage of the tournament has its own flavor, its own unique style. It's cool.
Yeah,
it's fun.
It's super cool. Well, a lot of times in the very early days in GSL, a lot of other esports and other tournaments just kind of emulated this style.
Yeah.
Called it the GSL format. I mean, the older style, that is. But look, I think it's important, you know, when you have a tournament and a show that's been around this long, that you have some new things added in, spice it up a little bit. By the way, we've got a Warp Prism coming.
Right.
And is this going to be the Disruptor drop we've seen from time to time?
It could be. It could be a Colossus drop. I mean, Hero's crazy enough that I might see him try something like that, man. I have no idea what this might be.
That would be pretty funny if it was a Colossus drop. I mean, we're going to find out here. Again, with Hero, you don't really want to count out anything. We have had this, like, 2-base Disruptor drop that's come out from time to time. I guess, you know, the problem with it is that it really has to do damage or you don't get to do that much. And you know, the Disruptor is not, it was modeled after the Reaver, but it's not as good as a Reaver because it can't shoot and then go back up in the in the Warp Prism.
Yeah, it's not really stable. Like the Reaver damage, I didn't really play StarCraft 1, so correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah. But unless it like bugs out, the damage is kind of guaranteed, right? Like you get a connection more often than not. It's pretty guaranteed.
Yeah, it's if there's like buildings and other stuff in the way, it might dud, which really means if the animation didn't connect in time.
Yeah.
And I know that you know the Disruptor is kind of modeled after that, but the problem for it is that since it has to stay on the ground as the shot comes out, you can't like fire it and then it disappears in there.
Yeah.
It doesn't. It's not as good at harassing, but we see it work from time to time. You know, historically, it's basically been this kind of centerpiece unit with the army. Oh, this is bad, man.
Yeah, luckily for Hero, he actually went for a second gateway here. That's going to give him the depth production he needs to handle this, but this is not ideal.
But the build is shown now. He sees the speed for the Warp Prisms coming out here.
The Prism even had to come back home to drop off that Adept. Morling's coming in now, and DRG's droning behind this. He's getting some good probe damage done. 5 probes this early is a lot of probes to die, and more going down as well. Not the best start to this game.
Well, this could be close to the end here if he doesn't do a lot of damage. Oh, like
there
that!
There you go. Okay. Well done.
That's crazy. Blink is coming now, by the way.
I was wondering what the follow-up would be. So I could see maybe even a feigned third base and like a Blink Stalker Disruptor all-in or something like that could happen. Sure. We'll see.
Thing is, Protoss lost a lot of probes.
Yeah.
It's one of these builds where you have like a certain number of probes and you just stop. All right, here we go. And he's going to get another drone here.
Yeah, not too bad. Dep's getting a little bit of damage done on those queens, and if he does decide to go for a push, that could help. One less transfuse does matter.
It's games like these that really make you feel like Blink takes a long time to upgrade. You know, it's all going to come down to like, is this thing going to finish, and then can we do some damage with it?
Yeah, I know very well. But I think Hero was kind of anticipating that DRG would have some kind of reaction to this. And he's like trying to preempt it, and instead like DRG doing nothing threads the needle.
Yeah, he's kind of being slow, to be honest, here a little bit with his reactions.
That was a great play, though. I mean, the Disruptor didn't get anything because DRG just didn't move his drones.
Yeah.
That's smart.
Hero's like, ha, ooh, ha, like, moving around.
DRG's just like the sensei that's like, he's like training his Padawan or whatever.
That's right.
Like, I don't have to move anything.
He's like that Kung Fu master that just like turns his cheek a little bit and the fist misses him.
Yeah. I'm not convinced that Hero's gotten enough counter damage done with these Disruptors. I mean, 4 Disruptors is a good count, but I'm really worried, especially if DRG sniffs this out and decides to go for a more like Ling-heavy army composition. This could be bad. But we are going to have that 2-base all-in coming in. We'll see.
All right, he's coming in. It's going to be now or never, do or die. And, you know, the Ravagers here are going to cause a headache for the Protoss as well. It's going to be hard to hold your ground. The Lings are going to actually crack open this base. Oh, hold on. Well,
I was wondering if that was in range.
Yeah, I thought for a second it wasn't. I got confused.
Okay.
Bam!
That's a big hit.
More than half the Ravagers. But are there enough Stalkers here to make the difference?
There are sentries and Adepts on the high ground to try and help a little bit, but that's still a lot of roaches left, and the Lings coming back now are going to get surrounded on the Disruptors, maybe?
Yeah, the Zerg may have overestimated his advantage here. Dude, he's just not. Oh, whoa.
That was close, but this one's going to connect. That's 2 more roaches going down, and Hero's feeling confident, man.
I think that DRG did not realize how much was actually back here waiting for him. Dude, he keeps killing these Disruptors at the last second.
Yeah.
Had 2 of those Disruptor shots connected the last 2, I think we would have seen a win.
Yeah, it was kind of a wonky fight there. For a second, I was on DRG's side, thinking that him pushing up the ramp was the right call, and then suddenly he's winning by picking up all these Disruptors and really an awkward game. Even more roaches going down, but I think the disruptor count right now is getting really low, and Hero knows it too. He's making another one back at home, and just pure gateway unit against Roach, Ravager, Ling is not what you want.
Yeah, he's going to pick that up. And, I mean, I don't know that he can actually do that much with the Warp Prism and Disruptor.
No.
And, you know, there's not an easy way to grow out of this for Hero. A lot of things went wrong here for Hero.
It feels like he's completely all in at this point.
Yeah. Now, he's got 2 Disruptors. Again, you know, maybe he has 2 or 4 Disruptor shots that really hit the mark, and this works out.
That could be a good one.
Like that one. Was his death in vain? Oh, man. Yeah, he's not protecting them the way that he needs to. The Disruptors, it's like they think there's the Stalkers. They're like in the group. But hold on. Drones are pulled.
Yeah, we see the supplies swing in the favor of Hero just for a moment there, and Hero with some really nice controls, kind of getting all the value he can out of this army. It's just pure Stalkers now in this game, man.
I mean, these Roaches, these Ravagers, some of them very low.
Yeah, there's not enough Lings to really kind of tank and get us around right now, and Hero might be able to snowball this Stalker advantage as even more units are getting shaved away right now. Hero feeling confident, he's blinking forward, and
he's one-shotting these Ravagers.
Oh my god, he might actually make this work.
Yeah, this is insane. And you look at the precision here, just enough to blink away. GG Hero takes it. Whoa!
I gotta be honest, I'm kind of baffled.
Yeah, I mean, well, look at Hero. Even for him, he's like, okay.
Yeah, look at DRG. That's my face right now, man. I don't know what's going on because it felt like the fights kept happening and I kept thinking the other player was winning.
Yeah.
Because it was just so awkward. Like DRG kept barely sniping the disruptors. But I guess he was shedding too many units to make that happen, and just like the momentum swings there were really strange. Like at some point it felt like Hero was losing too many units, he lost too many disruptors and his sentries and his adepts, and then just miraculously able to make it work. And I mean, you see the smile on his face.
Well, especially in a group like this, to actually barely win like that.
Yeah, that was an awkward game, man.
It was a crazy game. Guys, we're going to go to a break. Coming up next, Hero versus Rogue. You don't want to miss it. We'll be right back.
everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I'll be coming up hot for a minute.
저 의미야호 우리가 기다린 사이다 저 의미야호 부담 없이 즐긴 사이다 시기 섬유 함유
이런 게 이 시대의 사이다.
질성 사이다 플러스
상큼함 맥스 칼로리 X 맛있는 탕스 제로 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로 탕스 제로 같이 떠나볼래?
아침엔 라떼 홀릭 점심엔 라떼 홀릭 저녁엔 라떼 홀릭 둥글하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀릭
달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타.
라떼 홀릭
I'll be coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I'll be coming up hot for a minute.
저 의미야호 우리가 기다린 사이다 저 의미야호 부담 없이 즐긴 사이다 시기 섬유 함유
이런 게 이 시대의 사이다.
질성 사이다 플러스
상큼함 맥스 칼로리 X 맛있는 탕스 제로 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로 탕스 제로 같이 떠나볼래?
아침엔 라떼 홀릭 점심엔 라떼 홀릭 저녁엔 라떼 홀릭 둥글하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀릭
달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타.
라떼 홀릭
심리전이 되게 잘하는 것 같고 그래서 더 까다로운 선수인 것 같습니다. 단점은 일단 멘탈만 좀 약한 것 같습니다.
항상 그 선수는 잘하긴 하는데 방심하는 점이 있어가지고 그것만 고치면 이번 시즌도 우승할 거라고 봅니다.
항상 결정적인 순간에 컨트롤이 좀 발목을 잡는다는 생각이 많이 들고 그런 면에서 좀 아쉬움이 많이 남는 선수인 것 같아요.
운적인 요소가 많이 따라가지고 실력에 비해서 많이 올라가는 느낌이 없잖아 있네요. 그 실력이 6강이면 배가 많이 아프죠. 뮤탈밖에 쓸 줄 모르는 한물간 늙은이 플레이요.
10강을 가면 그 조는 저우가 없었으면 좋겠다. 토스에서는 이제 현우가 없었으면 좋겠다. 테라는 조성주가 없었으면 좋겠다. 딱 이렇게.
일단은 군대 막 전역한 어윤수. 윤수가 GSL 쫀 것도 진짜 잘한 거라고 생각하지만 한 끼 식사가 되지 않을까. 그리고 동원이 형. 쉬운 상대라기보다 이기고 싶은 상대. 수호 형도 좋겠네요. 저번 시즌 복수를 또 해야 되기 때문에 스무스하지 않을까 싶습니다.
의외로 올라온 선수들 막 저번 시즌에 뭐 희범이나 동원이 형이나 뭐 이런 선수들이 저희 집 왔으면 좋겠다.
동원이 규석이 그럼 무조건 일단 2명 밟고 일단 3등 확보 일단 무조건 100%.
성주는 저를 이기는 법을 알아요. 그리고 그 플레이를 할 줄 알기 때문에 너무 무서운 상대고 너무 많이 만나서 CJ 선수들은 또 안 만났으면 좋겠습니다.
토스는 피하고 싶어요. 준호, 성호, 주성 토스들.
준호 형이나 성욱이 형이 너무 잘해가지고 그 2명만 아니면 괜찮을 것 같아요.
동원이가 좋을 것 같은데요? 이렇게 말하는 것도 재밌고 동갑 친구끼리 가는 게 제일 편하고 재밌을 것 같아서.
예전에 숙소 생활도 같이 했고 좀 편해가지고 재선이랑 희범이 같이 가면은 잘 맞을 것 같아요.
여행지에 대해서 좀 잘 알아볼 것 같은 그런 사람이었으면 좋겠는데 그냥 동원이 형? 동원이 형이랑 같이 가는 게 제일 편할 것 같아요. 뭐가 유명하대 이런 거 좀 알아볼 것 같아서.
진혜원 친구들이랑 뭐 어딜 가도 재밌을 것 같아요.
근데 만약 단둘이 간다고 그러면 현우는 너랑 가면 어색할 것 같다고 하던데?
현우랑 술 먹으면 어색하진 않은데 그냥 뭔가 맨정신으로 있으면 좀 어색한 느낌이 들더라고요.
강민수요. 가이드로서는 너무 좋은 사람인 것 같은데 너무 피곤할 것 같아요. 여행 가다가 지치지 않을까 싶습니다.
솔직히 말하면 거의 다 어색할 것 같아서 단둘이 가면 안 어색한 사람 찾는 게 더 싫을 것 같아요.
아 그런 선수는 없는데 저는 딱히 그냥 안 돌아다니면 안 돌아다니는 대로 좋고 많이 돌아다니면 또 그거 맞춰줄 수 있어서 딱히 그렇게 싸울 것 같진 않아요.
강민수요. 촐랑촐랑거리고 막 이거 해달라 저거 해달라 귀찮게 굴 것 같아요. 그냥 여행 내내 그냥. 아 뭐 영어 못하면 민수를 데리고 가면 편할 수도 있는데 저는 그냥 어느 정도는 할 줄 알아서.
저는 항상 경기력이 좀 나쁘지 않았으면 좋겠다. 올라가는데 욕심이 있다면 6강까지는 갔으면 좋겠다 이렇게 생각합니다.
게임을 하다 보니까 욕심이 생겼어요. 저 스스로도 좀 폼이 많이 올라왔다 생각하기 때문에 이번 시즌은 좀 병도 고치고 우승은 좀 힘들 수도 있는데 일단 결승 무대는 밟아보고 싶어요.
전 시즌보다 나아진 성적을 기록하면 스스로도 만족할 것 같고 4강 목표입니다.
저에게 이제 남은 시간이 많이 없기 때문에 이번 시즌에 5회 우승 꼭 하고 멋지게 군대로 가겠습니다.
Today's matchup. Rogue. GuMiho. Hero. DRG. Round of 20. Group A. Africa TV. Free Cup Studio. Live. 2022 GSL Season 2.
Welcome back to GSL, everybody. Had two fantastic matches to start it out, and now Rogue versus Hero. Arguably the two best players in this group. I mean, Rogue, the best player in Korea right now. Hero with a really interesting PvZ style in his first match. Now going up against Rogue, and I could not be more happy to see this because it worked against DRG. Will it work against Korea's best Zerg?
I mean, that's the big question, State. Like, it's cool to see Hero succeed against DRG, and it really opens up a whole new avenue of ideas for the race. But, you know, with Rogue, that's really the test of, okay, can this actually win GSLs?
Yeah. I mean, it does look solid from my outsider's perspective, especially there in Game 1, but maybe there's a reason he didn't go for that in Game 2 and Game 3. Maybe you need to mix it up a little bit more, and you can't kind of just get pigeonholed and doing the same build every time. Otherwise, you get countered by something that maybe I haven't seen just yet, but I don't know. It felt really strong there in game number 1. I've been hearing some of the Zerg players that I'm friends with in StarCraft 2 have been complaining about this style to me in private.
Yeah. It's so funny.
So I really want to see Hero try this against Rogue.
Of course, Artosis is not with us today. We are wishing him the best. He is sick with COVID. Somehow I don't have COVID. I was on a flight home with him, and he had COVID. Yeah, we were doing Streamer Royale in Orlando. And he has it and I don't. I don't know how that is. You had COVID a while back.
I did.
And
have
we're in
COVID.
my house and I didn't get it. I have just been matrix dodging COVID.
That's true, actually.
Everywhere I go.
Yeah.
Ryan was in my house. He went into my kitchen. He licked all the mugs I use for coffee. I still didn't get COVID. I can't believe it. But
to be clear, I was asymptomatic.
He was asymptomatic.
I was not.
He
sick.
would. Can I just?
I was not violating quarantine.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know how you do it, man.
I don't know. I'm going to get it. It's coming for me.
Eventually.
I think everyone's eventually going to get it. But dude, you're killing it today. Good to have you in here, man. Your analysis is spot on.
It's because we're having Protoss playing.
Protoss. No, I know this
TVZ
feeling.
And I'm lost, man.
Especially when I started casting, like when it would be like a ZVZ, I'm like, I don't know, like
they're making Zerglings.
They're making Zerglings.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's been good to be back here in season 2.
Oh.
And again, we have audiences again, guys. Come to the studio. We don't have a lot of room for people. I think we're still a little bit restricted for we can't have full capacity. But come down early, check it out, see the games, and then go out after. We're at our Gangnam Station. Go get some barbecue. Go get some soju.
If there's a place
Talk
to go
about
out,
the games.
If there's a place to go out, Gangnam's it, man.
Gangnam's it. Have some soju, have some beer, and then start talking about PvZ, and then have too much, start fighting, start arguing about it, saying that Zerg can't be stopped, start crying. Wake up in the morning with texts that you don't remember sending, okay? Saying that you have no brain or skill because you play Zerg and it's impossible to beat. Apologize for it the next day. Say, I won't be like that. I'm sorry. That's not me.
When did this happen, Nick?
I'm just giving you a possible experience of what could be your GSL. It starts out great, then you go, then you get heated because you feel so strongly about the game itself. Doesn't that sound fun?
Sounds fun to me.
Viewers?
Sounds fun to me.
It's going to happen to a couple people tonight. We got a lot of people watching. That's at least in the future for a few of you guys. Now, Hero vs. Rogue is up next.
Yeah.
And I am super pumped for this one. I am worried that we're going to be like, man, maybe this is going to work out and Hero's going to change the game. And then Rogue goes like, watch this.
Yeah, this is actually why it doesn't work, guys.
And the
We're all fools.
Yeah. These stalkers blink away once and then just get surrounded again. And we're like, oh, yeah, that cooldown doesn't refill that fast, does it?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. It did seem solid.
It looked really solid.
Yeah.
Now
To me, this is like the match of the night. Like, I cannot be
for sure.
happier this is the winner's match right now. To be honest with you, I kind of hope that Rogue wins this just so we can Hero maybe play DRG again and do the same kind of thing.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
I cannot
that would be nice.
I can't have enough of this style right now. It's great. I love to see it.
We're going to go to Blackburn for map 1. The winner of this best of 3 will be the first player to move on to the next phase of the GSL Code S.
Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Hero. Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Rogue.
Gonna have to take third base this time.
This has been pretty thematic with PBZs here, where the drone just goes right to where the third base is to start the second base.
Hero really quick with that probe this game.
Now this map is kind of its own thing compared to the other maps.
Yeah, it's a strange one.
Yeah, you have these gold bases towards the north for both sides.
You got the deceleration zones covering the what would be the Reaper spot on this map at the bottom of the main base. I think deceleration zones there in the middle as well, and yeah, it's kind of a wonky one. Back when I used to play, we didn't have these newfangled acceleration and deceleration zones, man.
Yeah.
Not sure how I feel about them yet. I'm an old man.
Yeah, well, you started playing right when the game came out.
Yeah.
How old were you when you first moved to Korea to be on a pro team?
I was 19.
You were 19. That is so young, dude.
To be fair, it was the day before my 20th birthday, but
okay,
yeah,
still though.
I was 19, yeah. I remember I came out to Korea and I quickly met one of my friends who was an American that was living out here, and it was his last day in Korea, coincidentally, so we had to meet really quick.
Okay.
And then I came back and I went to the team house. I think I was staying with Startail at the time, and my Startail buddies, my new practice partners, they wanted to take me out to a proper Korean meal.
Nice.
And I had never really had Korean food in my life up until that point. And what they took me to was a Korean-style bar, very traditional. We ordered some soju. I was, of course, legal drinking age in Korea.
Yeah.
And we had a bondegi?
Bondegi?
The silkworm larva?
The bug, yeah.
Silkworm larva. And I remember I never had either of these things before. Man, they broke you in
pretty fast. They might as well have done the live octopus.
There was bottle of soju on the table, bondegi on the table, and they're like, you gotta eat the bondegi, you gotta have the silkworm larva, and
Did you know what it was?
It looks like larva, so yeah. I was aware. I think I picked it up with my hands because I wasn't good with chopsticks. And I put it in my mouth, and it tasted so bad. I still don't like it. It tasted so foul to me.
You can't eat it.
I can't eat it. I'm not a fan.
You can eat it? Yeah.
Oh man, you're more Korean than I am. But I remember I tried it and I hated it so much.
Yeah.
That I reached and I grabbed the bottle of soju. I'd never had soju in my life, and I opened it and I started chugging to wash it away, and that just made it worse, man. I thought I was gonna die. That was my first.
Did you drink at that point in time? I know for a lot of StarCraft pros, if they have drink, it's later on.
No, not really. That was
so they had soju for the first time.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
That was my first Korean meal.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
It's not even a meal. That's like
it's
a
like,
bar snack.
Yeah, it's a bar snack. It's a panchan and a.
Oh, I like that story. I didn't know that. You're my
very
little
young.
bundengi.
Very young. All right, so we see Hero going for the Stargate. First Oracle already out. Second one about to be finished as well, and that's going to secure this third base for him. In the meantime, Rogue, just with a couple of links, going to poke and prod, sees that Oracle, putting down some Spore Crawlers, and this is kind of looking like game number 1 that we saw against DRG from Hero. So we'll see if Hero decides to kind of branch out from this. I mean, you were talking a little bit before in the previous series how this might be the kind of style where it's like your baseline macro play, but you can diverge and go for timing attacks like we saw in game number 3 against DRG. So
yeah,
maybe we'll see something like that. But for now, everything looking kind of standard. Oracle's actually taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, those are pretty bruised Oracles. It's going to be hard to use those tactically. later on. I mean, the shields are going to come back, of course, but I mean, they could just be shot out so fast.
Going up to, I think, 5 or 6 gateways is Hero. So the question now is whether he's going to throw down a 4th base, or he's just going to continue to pile on the gateways. That's what I'm mostly looking for him. On a Rogue side of thing, I mean, Roach Warren, more Spore Crawlers, just playing safe and standard. And another gateway going down. This might be a timing.
Okay, he's going to come in again, driven out right away. I mean, he's probably going to have to just send those all the way back. We should point out that this 3rd base for the Protoss, it is kind of pointed towards the Zerg.
Yeah, good observation.
Yeah, which can mean that this is going to be another kind of pressure or build or all-in build or something like that. And the reason why that matters is if he took the 3rd base at like what would be the 3 o'clock spot on the map, you don't have quite as quick of an access point to their base. Yeah. I know that you're going to have a Warp Prism and probably a proxy pylon if you're going to do that as well. But a Forge is making, and it's a 2nd Forge, so maybe I'm completely wrong here. You don't really have a 2nd Forge making if you're going to do a timing attack. So.
I'm very confused by this because I thought for sure it would be the 4th base going down or a bunch of gateways, but instead Hero is really powering up. I think he made 4 more gateways after I made that comment, and then he adds the Forge, like you said. So
and then
I don't think this is a feign. I think maybe he's afraid of a timing attack from Rogue himself, and so he's just like really ramping up the production.
Or maybe there's something more fluid to his play as well. You know, where he saw something. You know, it's not easy for us to catch everything, even with the best observer in the world. So maybe he's reacting to that. Then again, dude, this kind of looks a lot like what we saw in Game 1 in the previous best of 3, where it's like, we're almost falling into some of the same caster trappings of the previous game. We're like, well, he's going to try to come out here and do this, and it's like, no, he's going to grow and he's going to match the Zerg.
Yeah.
Now the Zerg is taking a 4th of his own, but it's at the gold base, which seems like there's really only 2 ways for Protoss to play it. Either they try to put pressure on that base, or they take their gold base of their own. And I think with 4 bases for Protoss already, I don't think 5 base Protoss versus 4 base Zerg is a thing.
I mean, with Hero, you might be surprised. You might try to go for it again. We saw it against DRG, and as it is right now, he's just building up a really powerful army. And the question is, how much does this offset the gold base? Because, like, as the Zerg, I mean, once they have to stop droning and building army, if you're able to, like, kind of get a worker lead against Zerg, as we have a little bit of a skirmish going on, this is what Hero does so well, is poke and prod with these units and then blink back and just not trade anything out. But I mean, with that gold base, you need significantly less drones to have a powerful mineral economy.
Yeah.
So the tempo for the Zerg is a lot better. And I don't know. I don't know exactly how it plays. This is a style that I'm not really familiar of seeing out of Hero, and I don't really know how it scales with Zerg's gold. It looks like he's going to be taking the gold himself. I see that probe setting a pylon up there in the north.
Okay, he's going to come down here. A lot of aggression right now from Rogue. He doesn't want to let those stalkers get too close to the gold base, like behind the minerals as an example.
Right.
Now 4 more gates are coming down here. Excuse me. Plus 1 armor's coming, and we're going to have another attack upgrade in just a second.
I love these moves by Hero. Blinks in, or excuse me, gets 1 Ravager, 1 shot, blinks out, kills some Zerglings, blinks out, and he does it just on the edge of the creep. And he's got the Oracles there covering as well. And I mean, unless you're fighting this on creep, you cannot get us around. The suckers are too mobile. I mean, Hero just plays this really well. He's not going to get caught unawares. Like, there isn't going to be a big, like, if he doesn't see the Lings in the army, he knows there's going to be like a flank coming around or something like that too. And
good point.
We're seeing kind of the same thing out of him. Once he gets that +3 ground weapons done, he starts warping in the Zealots. He starts building a little bit of a gas bank, and then eventually goes for the Archons. And he's making it work, man. Even against a gold-based Zerg. Now Rogue trying to get this around, but again, pushing off creep, it's a little bit tough.
Yeah, it is tough. The Zealots are going to come down here, but they're going to be spotted by this creep tumor
that's
right away. And I mean, this is just goodbye.
Worst case scenario right there for those Zealots. His Hero briefly had a supply lead and then just gets quickly erased as those 12 Zealots go down.
This map, excuse me, can be a little bit boxy if the creep gets spread out enough. It's hard to really surprise the Zerg.
You don't even really need a lot of different avenues for the creep either. I mean, you see there's 1 avenue there at the top and then 1 down here in the middle. And that pretty much covers all the pathways. And This is very reminiscent of Game 1 against DRG. Templar timing exactly the same as well. Looks like Hero's gearing up to take yet another base. As I gotta say, these Zealot run-bys are not getting quite as much damage done, but at least he is trading out Zealots for the Zerg's army, and his economy once again is rivaling it. 79 probes against 75 drones.
Yeah. Rogue is also, though, probably economically where he wants to be. I mean, he's got his bases up. We should note, you know, as we get to about this point in the game, there's not a lot of bases left for either side to take.
True.
On the map. Not true for most maps, but for this one, it really is the case. Again, the bottom base and the top base. Look, if we get there, we'll deal with that when it comes, you know. But yeah, I mean, Protoss continuing to try to push across the map with these Stalkers. He has fractioned up his army into 2 different groups.
Doing a really good job with these Stalkers, just continuing to find damage, keeping the creep spread back, and because the creep spread is so far back, it allows for him to make these pokes and prods into the Zerg base. And once again, I mean, really great fighting that bottleneck. Does lose the sentries, but again, those aren't super critical to the late game army for Hero, as he's eventually going to be gearing up to go for Archons in this mix. And that blink, maybe not quite far enough back, but his army is mobile enough that he's able to make it work.
You know, man, I don't really feel like Protoss is getting the headway that Protoss wants to get here. It seems like it's basically the Protoss kind of failing on this front. Now, they're both expanding behind this, and again, this is sort of a different type of play that Hero has here, so I don't really know where this gets us.
Yeah, it's hard to gauge.
And I might be too conditioned to just watching Terrans and Protoss just try to push the whole game and then it has to succeed, and maybe I'm wrong about that, but if I had to break this down, I do feel like long-term Rogue's better off, but it's 150 supply. Hero's close to max out. He's got plenty of minerals and gas. Maybe he can actually slowly overpower this. And look at the Oracles here.
Yeah, the Oracles are doing work. Really, only Queens can contest them right now, and that's, again, one of the things that's so good for this army. I mean, Hero recognized that and even went up to 5 Oracles because he saw that there were no Hydras being added in. Rogue's mineral income is pretty much non-existent right now, and if Rogue comes all the way on this side, Hero's just going to be able to blink over to the other one, and yep, exactly what he does. Gets more drones.
He's going to target down the hatchery or just see what he could trade out. Okay, he's going to go for that hatch. Transfuses are going to save that. More Zealots coming in. And you know what? Hero might have actually gotten into the position he needs to be. It seems like he's actually starting to trip Rogue up here. And look at the supplies.
Yeah, Hero just continuing to overpower. He's got a 3K bank. That's it. He just wipes him off the map.
I don't cast games like this.
Yeah, it's hard to gauge exactly where the players stand. Because like you said, like it feels like Hero, he's not really making headway because he's not breaking any position. He's just kind of on the map. He's trading some Stalkers for some Creep and some Ravagers, some Lings. But the thing is, like you said, it's so hard to take a 7th base. You get 6 for free pretty much if you're able to get split map, and then the 7th you can't take. But
I guess also the Stalkers are kind of like Lings. Like they're expendable. You don't care if you lose them that much. We're kind of used to seeing the Stalkers as like, you know, the other core unit comp along with like Colossi or this other stuff. But like instead he sort of trades them out. He did snipe the Queens, which we almost didn't really, I didn't catch it until it was too late, and the Oracles are killing everything, where I'm like, oh, now the Oracles snipe everything. And then when he ran through there, the Zealots, I think it was like the 4th or 5th attempt, they actually got into where they needed to be, and it's like, oh, dude, he's going to win now.
Yeah.
Oh, this is kind of crazy.
If he had done that with one Forge, then the Zerglings are going to be so effective against the Stalkers and against the Zealots anytime they poke and prods. The 2 Forge really adds a lot to this style, man. It's so fun to watch.
It's cool to be part of this right now. Guys, Hardwire Game 2. Is Hero going to kill Rogue in the winner's match of Group A? Let's find out.
Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Hero. Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Rogue.
Dude, I think we might have this again here.
I think so.
I don't think we're going to have that timing attack like we had against DRG. This almost seems like timing attacks are kind of obsolete. It's such a different way to play the matchup. And it's funny because it looks unremarkable initially.
Yeah.
Where I'm like, what is he just going to make stalkers and nothing else? That's kind of weird. You know, in the Oracles, he's basically only making units that can micro away. There were some adepts at points in time, but it almost seems like you want to go like adept sentry later if you're like, oh, I can just kill him now.
Yeah.
Like this is where I force my hand. But yeah, even on a map that I think is a bit cagier in the middle, he got the Zealots through.
Yeah.
And look at this map now. This is actually a pretty wide area to try to cover.
I'm wondering how this playstyle plays here on Hardwire, if he's able to make it work, or maybe if this is one where you go for a kind of divergent strategy based on kind of the same core. I don't really know exactly what I want to say, but you start with kind of the same pieces and then develop into something else that leads to a timing. Maybe we will see it, but as you said, it does kind of feel like the success Hero was finding in these PBZs, because the game against DRG looked very much the same, where you just kind of continue to whittle away with the Stalkers, you keep map control, you keep the creep back, and then you get up to 6 bases, and you kind of just destroy the Zerg. Eventually he runs out. I mean, once Hero was maxed with, I think, 3K resources in the bank, and Rogue was like barely capping 150 supply, and he had a gold base, 6 bases in total. And like the Roach Ravager army that he had was so supply inefficient that he can't even really match the worker count for Hero. Hero was constantly ahead, like 5 or 10 probes.
Yeah, that's a good point. It exploits the fact that Roach Ravager is like, it fills up so much supply that it kind of encumbers you from developing into other areas. So a couple big picture ideas I've got on this. You know, for one, I think most Zergs are used to seeing a Protoss expand and knowing like, okay, I can't just make Lings and kill that. There's going to be like an adept wedge between a pylon, an Oracle there to shoot it down. You know what I'm saying? And so they don't do anything. You kind of ignore the Protoss and just wait, you know, brace for the big timing. In this case, with this style, it doesn't seem like there is really a big timing. You kind of wear them out and then find an opening and go for it. But should we have some kind of, as we see the third, as we see the 4th base taken for the Protoss, should Zerg go for like a Nidus?
I was thinking that too.
Yeah.
Perhaps a Nidus. Perhaps, I wonder whether a Hydra Ling timing could make something work, maybe even with a Nidus.
Oh, that's a good point. Hydra Ling and a Hydra Bane even, where you just kind of push through.
Hero's playing without a robotics facility, so it's not like you can get like one Colossus out to try and melt those units. It's not like you can get a Disruptor to try and...
Not a lot of sentries too.
I think he usually goes for about 2, I want to say.
Yeah.
See, I'm not really sure what the response for Zerg could be, if a timing attack could work, because again, when we saw Hero play in that last game against Rogue, we saw him take the forward 3rd base, and as he was scouting, as he is right now with the Oracles, just trying to find any drone damage, he's also getting information. And in the previous game, we saw him go up to kind of an unbelievable gateway count, because I just kept seeing him at gateway after gateway after gateway, and I'm like, oh, he's going to be doing a Blink Stalker timing again.
Yeah.
And then the 2nd forge goes down, and the 4th base goes down.
Isn't it funny how at the start of that cast, we kind of were like, oh, here we go again.
Right.
Another time, and it's like, no. And it's probably even designed, the expansion pattern is even designed to condition the Zerg to behave like that too.
There's a little bit of mind games going on there, and at the same time, you add all those extra gateways, and say your opponent does decide to go for a timing attack on your 3rd or on your 4th, then suddenly you have all this production. Maybe you can just shut them down, and by the way, these adepts are doing so much work. This is 3 drones is more than you expect to find with 2 adepts like that. That's a good trade.
And, you know, not all builds are created equally, right? I mean, there's some builds you can only do like once in a blue moon, right? Because if people caught on to this, it's not going to be good. So far, we've seen Hero win multiple games in one day in a GSL group with the GSL champion from the previous season in that. And it's like, it doesn't really seem like the Zergs know what to do with it.
Absolutely. And it's not even as if that he did it against Rogue first. Rogue saw this happen in DRG in game number 1.
And we know that this has been a build order that's been in like the StarCraft bloodstream as far as like ladder games go and stuff like that.
It's been in the pipeline.
Yeah, it's not like, you know, it was hatched here first. And here it is again.
You know what,
Why
though?
would I attack you when I can go single player, dude?
You know what, though? I think we might be smart because we were talking about maybe a Hydralisk timing, and Hydralisk then is done. I don't see any Hydras in production.
I do like it if we look smart, though. That is my favorite part.
I say that now, and there's no Hydras yet, so maybe I'm making us look even more stupid.
Yeah. Man, we should have said nothing possible. We really put ourselves out on a limb there, huh? It's too bad.
I dropped the ball on that one, man. But it does look like Rogue might be gearing up for a timing, man. He's got a lot of lings. He's getting a lot of upgrades.
I think it's all in the same vein of ideas, right? It's like, well, I mean, are you just going to let him do that? You know?
All right, there's the Hydras. I feel a little bit better now.
Okay, no, we're back to being smart.
Yes!
We're back to being smart.
Finally.
Finally. Now, again, Stalkers are out. There are counterattack potentials. Not that is like what Protoss wants to do, but I just do want to put that out there.
This is a little bit harder to blink away if the Ling's going to surround like that, but the Oracle's there to save the day, and
supply block.
Yeah, killing Overlords is pretty good, turns out. And Rogue, if he is looking to make a really crisp timing, getting supply blocked is not what you want to happen as you're producing. Roach Hydra here. Small numbers, but able to deflect these Oracles and Stalkers. And actually, wait, are those the same Oracles as before? Does Hero just have a ton of Oracles? Oh, it's just those 3. Okay, excuse me. Those things are fast, man.
Yeah.
Really, they're all over the map.
He's going to come out now, and actually, the Hydras are kind of in a weird spot here. The Lings are going to get in front of them. Now, remember, the Oracles are pretty handy at mowing down the Lings. And that is kind of the changing unit here. It's multiple Oracles over here. And again, watch carefully, guys. I mean, we're doing the same thing because I'm kind of not used to casting fights like this. But it really does seem like as the game goes on and pans out, this starts to get too strong. And here come the Lings. Now, note, the Lings were not here when the Zealots were here. Or, sorry, the Zealots were not here when the Lings were here is what I'm trying to say.
Right.
And that's very much by design. He wants to thin out the Lings, and then the Zealots can come in here and get in front of the Hydras.
He's waiting for +2 ground weapons as well. 10 seconds off. He's gearing up for this timing attack, and up until this point, he hasn't really lost anything. He's been shaving away and shaving away at the Zerglings.
Dude, he's expanding towards the attack.
God, what a base.
This is so sick. Biles come down, only ding, 2 Stalkers here. Now the Zealots, is there enough? There is. Dude, we're going to watch Rogue lose.
Hero just melting him.
Guys!
+2 ground weapons, +1 armor Zealots. Absolutely shredding it. Rogue trying something different. Trying to make something work.
GG in Halloween text. Font.
That's kind of unbelievable. Hero is breaking the meta right now.
I can't believe that. That is insane to me. Look at Rogue. He's like, there's no way to beat. Literally, Artosis's Twitch voice is in his head right now. There's no way to know what they're doing. There's no way to stop Protoss. It takes no brains to do that. I can't even believe what I just saw there. History's been made, or at least the first part of it. Hero is actually the first to go on, defeating the GSL Codes champion from Season 1 not that long ago. He moves on, man. Of course, Rogue not eliminated. Anyways, we've got an interview with Hero as he is our first survivor of the first phase GSL. Let's go.
Wow, Hero, after coming back from the military service, you defeat Rogue, the last season champion, and move on to the round of 10. Congratulations. Thank you.
자, 먼저 소감부터 들어보겠습니다. 2연속 10강 진출에 이변율까지 잡아냈습니다.
Hero, it's your second consecutive round of 10 advancement. How do you feel?
오늘
Well, first of all,
첫 단추를 너무 잘 못 낀 것 같아요.
I'm really happy to set on the right foot.
랑 할 때 좀 손이 풀렸는지.
And I feel like when I play against Rogue, in the winners match, my fingers, my hands were all warmed up.
잘한다고 말씀 많이 해주시는데 사실 대회에서는 어떻게 될지 몰라서.
And all the players tell me that I'm in good form right now, but when it comes to competition, that really doesn't apply. So I'm really happy to have won today. Right now in tournaments, you are destroying Zergs one by one. So Hero, now you're leading a new meta in StarCraft 2.
이 메타 정말 저 선수들이 정신을 못
So it feels like the Zergs really struggle
사실 시즌 1 때도
against your tactics.
소 선수에게도 보여주셨는데
And you've been showing this against several Zerg players in the past, like DRG and Dark. And it feels like it's gotten even better this season. So what strategies did you come here prepared with? So at the time the build was pretty new. And now it's evolved more, and there are more like psychological aspects into the strategy. And I feel like this is a homework assignment that the Zergs need to solve in order to cope with me. So Hero, the new meta against Zerg, definitely it's an innovative strategy. It's very creative. So what do you think is the main strength of this strategy? Well, the main strength is definitely being in the lead in the game from the start to the end. And Zerg normally is on the defense. So it's very important to lead the game from the beginning, because otherwise the Zerg can just make a comeback in the later game. So Hero, I never thought it would be possible to fill all the 200 production with gateway units. So I was pretty flabbergasted today. Honestly, using this build, I haven't lost in ladder matches that much. So I think the viewers can actually try this at home in their ladder games. Well, in Game 3, we thought that you were not that good at using the disruptors. So, I was quite worried watching your game. So what went on through your mind after that game? Well, my mentality was definitely damaged after that one. And I feel like at the time my fingers weren't all warmed up. So I had to use a disruptor many times, but I could only use them once because they got destroyed so easily. So here you showed great performance with the Protoss. Last season you performed well, but in the round of 10 you were defeated by Maru, and then you got eliminated. So what went on through your mind after getting eliminated in the round of 10 fully? I didn't really have that much thought. I just thought I have to work on my PVT. So here, at the time, you mentioned that Maru knows how to defeat you. So what does that actually mean? So I shouldn't say this right now, but I can say it because not all Terran players can play like Maru. And Maru, when he goes to the late game with the right composition, it's impossible to stop him. And you actually, in the interview, you said that you want to be placed in the same group with Ryung or Su. So I know exactly how it feels to be discharged from the military service. But Su has been performing really well. So I'm kind of cautious of Su. So Hero, in the 2022 GSL Season 2, you're performing really well right now. So before you go, anything you want to say to the viewers? Well, I'm always training hard, and my mindset is to improve more and more. And this time, I'm trying really hard. So I think the fans can expect good results from me. Thank you. Once again, congratulations, Hero.
Thank you, Andy. Excellent work as always. Wow, well, we just saw history made there. A completely new way of approaching the matchup that beat the best Zerg in at times before the world, certainly in this region, and of course the most recent GSL champion.
I'm pretty content with that one.
I'll take that.
That was a treat to watch.
Yeah. And I guess the question now is, how far can he go with that? Obviously, there's more than just Zergs that he has to go against in GSL. And also, will other Protosses catch on? Can they emulate that the way that he has and have that kind of success? That'll be a tough moment for Zergs if that's what can happen. We're not done yet, guys. Losers match up next. We'll be back soon.
up hot for a minute.
저 GuMiho 우리가 기다린 사이다. 저 GuMiho 부담 없이 즐기는 사이다. 식이섬유 함유
이런 게 이 시대의 사이다.
질성 사이다 플러스.
상큼함 맥스, 칼로리 X, 맛있는 탐스 제로. 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로, 탐스 제로. 같이 떠나볼래?
아침은 라떼, 홀릭 점심은 라떼, 홀릭 저녁은 라떼, 홀릭 둥글하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀릭.
달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타
라떼 홀릭.
I've been coming up hot for a minute. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. I've been coming up hot for a minute.
저 GuMiho 우리가 기다린 사이다. 저 GuMiho 부담 없이 즐기는 사이다. 식이섬유 함유
이런 게 이 시대의 사이다.
지성 사이다 플러스.
상큼함 맥스, 칼로리 X, 맛있는 탐스 제로. 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로, 탐스 제로. 같이 떠나볼래?
아침엔 라떼 홀릭, 점심엔 라떼 홀릭, 저녁엔 라떼 홀릭, 둥글하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀릭.
달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타
라떼 홀릭.
Today's matchup. Rogue, GuMiho, Hero, DRG, Round of 20, Group A. Africa TV, Freak Up Studio, live. 2022 GSL Season 2.
Welcome back, everybody. I am still processing this new style that we're seeing. You know, this sort of amassing, expanding, almost outpacing style from the Protoss that is just punishing these completely, I guess, inactive Zergs. You know, it's a thing that I think we haven't talked about a lot because, you know, it's easy to kind of move past certain ideas in the game when we see them so many times. But, you know, usually you see the Protoss expand, you kind of just try to expand more as a Zerg. But what if the Protoss just stays on Stalker Tech, has Oracles, and just keeps expanding with you?
Right, we saw that last game.
Because the thing with Stalkers is they can always get a little bit of value. And if you ever get too far off creep, with the Stalkers and the Zerg tries to surround the Oracles can kill everything too. So, I don't know, I'm super excited. That's it for Protoss games today, though. We're going to go to GuMiho versus DRG. GuMiho bringing a very old, kind of antique style of play. Not that it's bad, but let's see what he does here against DRG. He had a good showing against Rogue. He went 1-2. I think DRG is a much more doable opponent.
I agree with you completely. That macro style could come in spades here as we're going to go into map number 1 on Hardwire.
Let's do it. The loser guys, they're knocked out. That's going to be the first player eliminated from this GSL. Is it going to be GuMiho or is it going to be DRG? We find out right here, right now.
Psystorm Gaming, GuMiho. Team NV, DRG.
I wonder whether GuMiho is going to go for the same macro style that we saw him. Excuse me, that we saw him play in the first series there against Rogue. Because when he was able to control the middle, it looked really strong. But in the remaining games, when he couldn't get that momentum, it felt like it just kind of didn't work.
It's kind of funny. It's almost like the style that we saw him go for and that we've seen Terrence go for a long time, is sort of what Hero finally made work with Protoss. Like Terrence has been trying to do that to Zergs for a long time, to some success, at other times to not as much success. I do want to point out, I think DRG is almost just as good as Rogue early game. Like, I don't think
I could see that. Yeah,
I feel like he really can hang with the best of the best. He usually isn't overpowered or tripped up. Like we've seen from like some players like, you know, Armani. Not that Armani's bad, but, you know, Ragnarok sometimes. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to make of this. And, you know, the fact that GuMiho really did do very, very kind of textbook openings. Like the way that GuMiho played in the in that entire best of 3 against Rogue, that was kind of like the build you teach your friend who's trying to learn the game.
That's a really good way of
putting
it.
If you're like a pro gamer, you're like, okay, well, there's a lot I could show you, but if you just do this in every game, you're going to get, you know, to Masters or GM.
You can apply it in pretty much any situation. It might struggle with some all-ins, but if you're on top of your scouting, it's a great way of setting up your macro. And yeah, you're right.
Yeah, and it's like, I mean, again, it's not what I'm used to seeing from GuMiho. I'm used to seeing a lot of weird stuff. He hasn't been back from the military for that long. And again, I think whenever you play against Rogue, like, you know, when you play against basically the player that never beats you, or that you never beat. Sorry, I can't
I know
talk.
that feeling very well.
Yeah,
yes.
there's like you play against all sorts of people, and you can maybe you don't win them all, but you win some. But then there's like that guy where it's like, I actually just never beat this person. And so I'm just trying to do the one thing that I feel like I'm absolutely the best at. I wonder if that's what we had in that GuMiho game.
That could have been the case.
Are you kidding me? DRG is so good.
Oh, go get him!
Go! Go!
Oh, they're going to be out of range. They're out of range. That hurts.
It'd be really funny if now Lings came around and killed those Marines and they just go in the base, and I'm like, well, that's just this is the butterfly effect StarCraft game. You've got to go back in time and send those Marines a quarter of a second earlier.
Someday a Zerg player is going to be good enough that they're like, oh, he won't kill the Overlord if it's placed right here and he attacks it with 2 Marines, and then I build 12 Zerglings. I kill those Marines and I bailing bust them. Something like that. So it hurts, and we're seeing an armory out from GuMiho. Okay. Tasteless. What Terran strategy uses Hellions and an armory?
He wants to upgrade his Hellion attack. No. So this is going to be the Fire Hellbat. Sorry, Hellbat bust here.
Most likely.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
It's like then vehicle armor gets upgraded. I'm like, huh. Okay.
We'll see.
Well, maybe he's going to go mech, actually.
GuMiho often does have his own kind of unique
Look at me.
quirks.
I'm like trying to be cool and funny here, and he just like goes mech. It's like, shut up, Tasteless. I'm like, sorry, guys.
Nah, he's getting
sorry,
stemmed.
guys. I want to be one of the boys, and I can't be.
Unless we see like Blue Flame getting upgraded anytime soon, it's probably going to be a Hellbat signing, like you said. Actually, just dropping it. Okay, this is getting a lot of work done.
Well, he could morph it now.
I think he might once he gets over here in the mineral line. We'll see.
Get ready.
For now, just content to chase down these drones, and this might be GG, man. This is so many drones going down. That's 21 drones. How did this work so well?
This looks like one of those ladder game mismatches where you're like, yeah, I don't know what that guy was doing, so I just made stuff and won.
This looks like my ladder games when a Terran drops 4 Widow Mines in my mineral line. I never noticed. Just everything dies.
And program tabs you out of the game, and you come back, and you're like, well, that's it. I guess he's better.
That was insane damage. 20 plus drones going down. It's not GG yet, but we were kind of watching that, and we weren't really giving it, I guess, the respect that it deserved, because I never anticipated 20 plus drones dying to this drop in Hellion run.
I think some of it was those Marines really got in this like premium position, and then they just killed enough of the Lings where, you know, it's kind of like it's an either or. There's a moment where it's going to be either or, and then you exponentially start to win the fight.
Absolutely. What a play by GuMiho. Well done. That's a good start to this game, and now he's going into his bread and butter. 3rd CC, double engineering bay, ramping up the barracks. And we talked a little bit about in the series against Rogue when he tried doing this style, this heavy macro style. He wasn't really keeping up in terms of tempo, but I tell you what, you kill 20 drones, you get a lot of tempo, man.
Well, that's so much more than you would ever have to plan for. And he's going to come in again. This time, actually, not killing any drones yet, but we still have time for that.
There's no Lings. There's no Lings because DRG had no drones and had to rebuild all of them, so he wasn't making any army. And
yeah, that's the thing. When you kill enough drones, all they can do is make more drones or lose the game.
It's painful to watch.
Queen's dying. I can't believe that one of these even gets out. That's insane to me. 1-1 has started.
Dongregu is going Spire with 64 gas in the bank and 54 drones.
Yeah. He's going to have like 2 mutas flying around the map here. It's time. Again, you know, losing that many drones, everything is basically behind. You know, to the uninitiated for RTS, they go like, well, don't they just remake him? Like, does it matter? It's like, yeah, but you were supposed to have already started making your army. So, that's kind of crazy, man.
Fortunate start there for GuMiho, making the most out of that situation. And now, these follow-up pushes, DRG had a drone again. He's going Spire, and he's not going to be able to save too much bank, I think. Because he's probably going to need more units to deal with this push. It might look small, but one siege taking a lot of Sim Marines.
Oh, he might. actually get into a position here where he can just end this. I don't think that's enough lings.
It's 1-1 Marines as well.
Well, it is now, yeah. Okay, yeah, he has just enough. I think we're going to go into game 2.
It's looking like it.
Yeah, we talk about a lot of times the game will just end if the Zerg loses the 4th. Well, like, what if the 4th never started?
8 Mutalisks in production, but it's not looking good, especially when these Marines come in. Combat Shield's finished now as well. 1-1 Marines against what's going to be a handful of Zerglings and 8 Mutas. DRG needs the best Baneling hits of his life to even survive this situation, and I'm not sure that's going to happen.
Yeah. Again, a kind of a stunning opening here that just got out of control here. By the way, this is going to be cleaned up here, but there's another drop here. And, I mean, it's a long walk to try to come back in here and save this base. The drones don't really have an evacuation point where they can get out. Well, maybe he's not going to go for the drones yet.
Sitting on the production, getting what comes out, and that's the best case scenario there for DRG. GuMiho probably not anticipating Mutas to come out after killing all of those drones, and they get pretty much full medevac and pick up this tank as well. And once all is said and done, DRG will be alive, but the question is, where does the game go from here? Because GuMiho already up 10 supply, up ahead in workers, up ahead in army.
You know, it was a little bit sloppy from GuMiho, like the way he handled those last 2 attacks. Like, I think when you have them that down, you don't try to be an everywhere man. You're not like just running around and like, okay, what about here? What about here? It's like, no, you killed his 4th base and you killed all his stuff. You just need to have an army and just start actually destroying points. Don't try to, like, cause so much confusion. That's not how you're going to end the game.
That's an excellent point.
Simplify the game and end it. And look, maybe DRG can claw his way back into this game because of that. We've seen, I think it was 3 medevacs picked off total, along with all the Marines that would have been there. And with the Zerg, and this is true in other matchups and other circumstances, the games, like, you want to have a whole bunch of small fights that you take.
You want to whittle down the Terran, keep the tank count low. But the issue now is that +2 ground weapons is done for GuMiho. +2 armor is about to be done as well, and the army for DRG right now, there really isn't much to it. No creep spread either. He hasn't had any map control. He's going to try and come in now with the Banelings. Some good initial connections there on the Lings, and actually a pretty fantastic fight for him, but I guess he's going to hold. That was a surprisingly good fight.
Yeah, Terran has more, but I think DRG is getting further and further to the point where, like, this game's going to go on. Now, hold up. We've got another push coming here. A couple Banes, only 5, and 2 tanks here. If the hotkeys are set right, by the way, that 1 tank has like 5 HP or something, but
it's on death's door.
Yeah, but it's going to be enough to have the splash damage connect on those Banes. And, like, it's a bit of a scrappy game, but Terran does win this.
Once the Banelings are gone and those connections are not great, that's going to be it. GG, GuMiho wins map number 1 in kind of a convincing manner. I mean, it had a little bit of a hiccup after that initial push, but
it got shaky in the middle of the fight, but I think he basically kind of pulled it together. This happens to everybody when you're playing super fast and, like, you're kind of going through the motions. Not going through the motions, but things are you see something. Okay, send this here. All right, what do I see next? Yeah, your brain's trying to fit in the next card. Okay, what are we going to do next? And so he got a little bit, I think, reckless there in what was probably going to be an easy closer. But anyways, he closed it. He won. Who cares? We're past it. But I think the big takeaway there was, like, that insane start. He killed, was it 22 drones?
22 drones, I think.
That's
exactly.
Crazy. The Tal Terran is back.
I hadn't seen the towel yet today. I don't know if I just didn't notice, but I was wondering if he still used it.
He should wipe his hands with the towel and then just tie it around his forehead.
As a bandana.
As a bandana. That's
bandana
right.
Terran.
Actually, I guess he plays with the towel over the mouse, though.
Right. Needs a second towel. All right. Let's go. Game number 2. Can GuMiho close it out and fight Rogue in the final match? We'll see.
Or can DRG not lose 22 drones at the start of the game? We find out now.
I imagine he won't lose 22.
Psystorm Gaming, GuMiho.
Maybe 20, not 22.
22. Whoa,
Team
Overlord, get out of the
NV,
shot.
DRG.
Sorry.
It's the kind of loss that hurts if you're DRG.
You know, I've just noticed this with DRG. I've been casting him for a long time. I've never said this out loud. He really plays with his chin up.
Oh, he does.
Which is interesting. Like, all right, State, you talk.
I'm trying to think about what
now, when
I
you
look
play.
like.
Do you hunch over?
That's what I was thinking about, because I don't really visualize myself playing, but I'm sure whatever side it is not a good one. There's a reason why sometimes I get more viewers when my webcam is off and I'm streaming.
I get most of my views when I stream with a bag over my head with the eyes holes cut out. No, when I started streaming during the pandemic, I had my camera like above my monitor, and then I would look at the VODs, and I'm like, oh my god!
It's not
like,
a flattering angle.
Yeah, my shoulder is like my shoulders are above my ears. Yeah, I bet if DRG streamed, he would look great.
He would
with that monitor right over that.
He looks very serious.
He does.
This is scary. This is a scary gamer, man. I don't want to go up against that gamer. I'm going to die.
DRG has angry bouncer face.
Yeah.
For sure.
He has rights to be angry after that last game. That's a bitter loss.
You'd ask him where the bathroom is, and he just points. And you're like, all right. Hope you have a good night too, man.
All right. So GuMiho just happily expanding now, building up his factory as well. Gotta wait until that starport comes out to really see where he decides to branch this out.
Starport is where DRG is going to take him for that last game, where it's like, I can't believe you got that many drones. This is ridiculous.
Crime.
Yeah,
it's a war crime, man.
Now, you know, I don't know what to really say about GuMiho's play from the start, because when things go that bad that early, it's like, well, I mean, we could talk about all sorts of things that you could have done from that, but usually when you talk to players who are good and pro gamers, it's like we should pretty much focus on the very first big mistake, because that's kind of where it ripples through the rest of the game.
And once you have a situation where you're losing 20 drones, and kind of not much else really matters.
Yeah.
The game's lost there.
Yeah. Once you've lost that many workers, when, like, you know, we've not even gotten to a fourth base. By the way, if you're playing and trying to learn, like, this is really important for how to think. Like, if things go catastrophically wrong early, okay, you can play it out and try to win, but then don't explore the later part of the game to try to learn from that. Really go back to, like, the first big mistake, because all RTS games are hinged on, you know, optimized build orders and trying to get to a certain point of the game where you're going to get to achieve what you want. It's like chess with chess openings, right?
It's one of the reasons why it's so important to go back and watch your replays, especially the ones that you lose, because you kind of have to identify what that first big mistake is, because usually when you make that one big mistake, as you said, kind of the domino effect, the butterfly effect, suddenly you're in such a disadvantageous position that there really aren't a lot of right answers. They don't really want to try and break down the follow-up, because, yeah, okay, that fight wasn't great, but it's not great because you lost 22 drones and you should have 30 more lings.
And honestly, dude, the number of games in my own experience where I've been pretty sure I knew what happened, but I checked the replay anyways, and I see like a base I didn't scout, and it's like, oh my god, if I didn't see that, I would actually be giving myself the wrong information in my head.
We're spoiled with StarCraft 2, just F10 and W instead of F10 and N, and it instantly goes into the replay.
Yeah, no, I
have
to,
such a great feature.
Yeah, I have to have like the lost screen, and then choose to click replay, even though I autopilot to go to the
Brood War
menu with Brood War. Yeah. So, Stim is a little bit under halfway.
Not lined up with +1, so maybe not any really sharp timing coming in from that, just kind of Hellions and Banshees poking and prodding.
Right, and if I look at this kind of big picture, I think that GuMiho, that game went so well, he's like, okay, well, whatever. You know, let's just do kind of another ordinary build and see what we get. Everybody has those games, though, from DRG where, like, you kind of missed one or two things, and then, you know, when they came and attacked you, it really kind of went to shit.
Happens. I mean, we were casting the last game, and we saw everything moving across the map, and we just assumed that DRG would maybe take some damage, but have it under wraps. And then suddenly we see the worker caps.
Yeah, things just keep dying, and I'm like, oh my god.
This is a little bit more what you would expect in terms of harassment. In fact, I would say that DRG's defense, picking off that last Banshee, is actually quite good. Only a handful of drones going down.
By the way, for those of you just now tuning in, Rogue is in the losers match. Hero is out. So this is not your normal GSL day. There's a chance of Rogue being eliminated. Rogue has to face the winner of this series. Right now, GuMiho with that 1-0 lead, but kind of as a reminder, like there's an actual possibility. And by the way, Gumi went 1-2 against Rogue. So like Rogue is losing games to people in his group besides the guy that got out first.
That's a good point. Have a chance for some serious upsets. That G5L trophy might have to wait if things don't go his way.
Now, the push is going to come up. Is he going to commit with Siege? Yes, he is.
Classic spot to push here on 2000 Atmospheres. It's a beautiful Siege tank spot, covers so much ground, and we'll see if DRG is able to make this flank work right now. He's buying times with the Queens and Transfuses. He really wants these 22 Lings to pop before he comes in, and decides now is the time. Lings in the back getting a nice surround there. Bailing's coming with connection. GuMiho's going to lift off, and
yeah, not so easy this time.
Yeah, got to forfeit this position. Not the best trade there for GuMiho. In fact, kind of an anti-timing. His +1 ground weapons was just not quite done yet. Same with combat shields. A little bit tough. Nice focus fire there on the Banelings. Gonna be able to get out with most of those Marines, but now it's kind of back to the drawing board here for GuMiho as he's gonna have to make his next follow-up push. Get some damage done, I have to say.
Okay, I thought he was just gonna go for it. Nice block.
Close. I always get paranoid whenever I see like a Marine that's like barely on the edge of the depot. Anytime I off race, that always kills me.
Oh yeah, yeah. You don't quite have it down perfectly.
No, I'm awful.
Is he gonna pick up? Yeah. I thought he might use this to jettison the next army. Oh, he did. He just picked up. Oh, that's a good setup.
Yeah, it's another good one. There's a lot of positions over here for siege tanks in this little quadrant of the map.
The Lings are going to full-on counter. And they're not finding anything because basically what GuMiho's doing is he's just using only medevacs to try to move stuff around the map.
Well, it's so good by DRG.
Yeah, that could not have gone better.
His defense has been impeccable this game. From the Banshee and Hellions at the start to now defending against the first siege tank push, DRG kind of taking one to the chin last game and now deciding that he's not gonna blunder any defense at all here and just kind of doing a masterclass right now because GuMiho, I mean, he's retaining his medevacs, he's retaining most of his Marines, but a lot of the punch in these Terran armies is usually the siege tanks, especially on 2000 Atmospheres, and when it goes like this, Terran's in dire straits, and he's gonna go for the Doom drop.
Dropping.
Oh, that's not where that siege tank wants to
Dropped
be.
her Doom! That's so funny that the tank went down there.
A little unfortunate.
But I'll tell you what, the infantry actually win this, weirdly.
Yeah.
On the high ground because there's no Banes here.
Yeah, the Baneling count's really low and they are nowhere to be found.
Yeah. This is a funny moment, isn't it?
Wow, DRG just got wildly out of position here. His defense up to this point has been so good, and
like
GuMiho.
We should always have our tanks in the low ground, man. That's the play!
I love this play by GuMiho. This really equalizes the lack of damage from the early game. I mean, DRG just caught with his pants down there and the Doom drop.
It's so funny. By the way, it's still 2-base Terran, though. Like, if Terran doesn't end this game ends.
Yeah, the third CC, I think, is
For
just
winning.
now floating in, and that is very late.
So, he doesn't have the kind of momentum that he would have in a lot of these other games.
It's very good to point out as DRG continuing to try and find some damage here, catch some reinforcements, but not really getting anything now. And he has got quite a bit of Hydralisks out, actually. I didn't see this transition in the cards, but 11 Hydras in addition to the Banelings and Zerglings. And here we go, GuMiho going in again, but yep, medevacs. Not going to take that risk. 3 Queens of the Spore Crawler, a little bit spooky.
Now he's got, again, he just doesn't quite ever have enough siege tanks. You know, when you drop and you siege up, you are committing somewhat to a position, even if you can pick back up. And you're committing to tank specifically. So every time you see a tank disappear like this, it's why this is like becoming less and less effective over time as he like sieges up and the Zerg's like, yeah, I mean, all I want to do is kill your tanks. Like, that's all I need. You know, it's scary when Terran has like 7 or 8 tanks and they're all spread out and you're like, damn, dude, I don't know if Zerg's ever going to crack this. And they can run them back and forth, they can pick up. But like, GuMiho is sort of not respecting the position that he's in. You know, late 3rd CC, 2-base powering Terran, you kind of have to really keep the tanks alive, and when they are sieged up, you have to do damage. Oh, dude. Oh.
That was brutal. But you're right. GuMiho kind of fallen into the same trap that he did in Game 2 and Game 3 against Rogue, where his trades maybe on paper were cost efficient, or at least close enough to it, but the units that he was losing are the critical backbone of that Terran army. The siege tanks, he's not able to make the push happen. And once again, I mean, there's a reason he continues building siege tanks even though he's losing all of them, and even adding a second factory now. It's because he knows how important they are. And having that count get reset time and time again, kind of, it removes a lot of the strength from this Terran army, because yes, the bio is very powerful, but you need splash damage, especially on the Banelings, to try and clear that up so that your Marines can actually do their job effectively.
Okay, big pick up there again. Again, tanks kind of isolated. Are these going to live through this? 2 more go down, dude.
It's brutal.
You know, and
I actually think he might be... That might have been a second tack lab on the factory, and yeah, it is. Like, he recognizes this problem. He is not unaware of this.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a problem that's going to continue to fester here if you can't deal with it quickly. Now, this is actually a pretty good chase here, killing those Banes, to be honest. I think if GuMiho can kind of like stabilize here and get the army that he needs, it's going to be okay. One thing to note is that Medivacs have not been killed, so like the healing power here is kind of absurd. I mean, if it's not Banelings attacking, the Terran army kind of beats everything.
You're right.
Right? So there is that. The problem is that I think that, you know, there's been almost too much roaming here. We're like, and this is important to say, just because you can be roaming and attacking, if you're just losing important units, it's actually not good.
I would actually like if he decided to roam just with a bio and try and keep the creep back, try and pick off maybe some Banelings or Lings if you can, and then pick up if the fight's not favorable. And just sit on your 2 factory at home, wait until you have 5 or 7 tanks, and then finally push, as we see DRG coming in again. Another engagement. Another tank caught out of position going down, but not the worst trade there for GuMiho. He got a lot of Banelings. He's getting counter damage there on the backside of DRG as well, and this is some much needed damage as well, as DRG's sitting up at 83 drones. Even after 5 go down, that's a healthy drone count.
Gets that queen, draws this army back into the base. Again, we're still a ways away. And what you were saying earlier, State, I think is really important to kind of reiterate here. Yeah, just roam with bio. You can get in, you can get out. Stop having like these 1 or 2 siege tanks with the army that siege up for absolutely no reason. The Zerg just comes and smacks down. Now this is going to be just to secure this base. I actually got confused where the screen was. I thought he was one like screenshot over. I was like, huh, what's he doing? So Zerg is actually, if you look at the minimap, getting pretty insanely big.
That's a lot of bases for Zerg. And their economy is really healthy as well. Even Hive Tech starting now. I think we saw some Vipers in production, 5 Lurkers morphing. Lurker range as well. I mean, Hydralisks are here to help clean up these Medivacs in case they overstay their welcome. Taking another base as DRG, and the supplies make it seem like it's very even, but the army that DRG is building now it's got a lot of high-tech, high-quality units. These Vipers are critical, the Lurkers are critical, and DRG is gearing up to have an army that's very tough for GuMiho to kill, even if he's able to get those Liberator and Siege Tank counts up. At this point, what GuMiho is going to need to even stay on remotely close footing is Ghosts, and those are still a little bit of a way off because his economy is not exactly where he wants it to be.
I guess he's going to just have to run the clock for a little bit here. But, you know, how much time can you let someone like DRG just have the map, have this many resources, have this much power behind them? I guess at this point in time, DRG is saying, now it's my turn to start attacking in here. And, I mean, this is, you know, going to easily knock the Terran onto 3 bases and maybe onto 2 because he can remake this super fast. Wow.
GuMiho really doesn't have a lot of options to deal with this. You see he's going to try and get some counter damage over here on the top left side, but DRG just content to come back home after getting that damage done. GuMiho now on 3 bases, mining only. A lot of those out of resources as well, and
honestly, this is everything else that he had, man. I mean, this is GuMiho is probably gonna win in the next attack here.
Yeah, DRG is going to take this very soon. I mean, this counter damage, it might look like it's good, but really he's just buying time because, I mean, DRG even taking that fight, he was taking that fight with like 110 army supply because he has 80 drones. Like, look at his bank and he's maxed. GuMiho is sitting in 150 supply. DRG is just going to rain hell upon him.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy, man. GuMiho has actually recovered. But
for now.
The next attack is coming. Yeah, that's the thing for now, right? This attack's going to come in again. I think the SCVs are going to have to evacuate this once more. Again, the Hydra's make it a lot harder to actually pick up and do very much here.
This is the end. DRG is just continuing to push his position.
All right, 1-1.
GG's out. We're going to go to match point right now. A lot of really close series so far here today.
It's so funny because, like, DRG got totally dumpstered in the first game. Like,
yeah.
It almost didn't make any sense.
That happens when you lose 22 drones.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but I was even talking about the 22 drones. I'm like, what went wrong there, man? That's crazy. But he came back and looked extremely strong. And honestly, GuMiho looked a little bit kind of clumsy. Post push, he's like sieging up in spots that Zerg doesn't even care about, and Lings just come and kill the tanks. We're gonna have to see a better GuMiho in Game 3 here. Again, guys, we are in day 1. It's Group A. Heroes in the winners match, the crazy upset versus Rogue. But right now, we're in the losers match. It's either GuMiho or DRG to be the first to be eliminated in the GSL. I was going to start our match, but now I see GuMiho getting up and leaving.
Yeah, he's going to be there for just a minute. Going to have a very short break. And in the meantime, I really don't know what GuMiho has to change in terms of adjustment. I think the main thing right now is him losing his siege tank count. Because as you said in the previous game, like he's poking and prodding with units and like 1 or 2 siege tanks at a time. And once those fall, he has to rebuild them, and there's no real threat of a strong follow-up push by GuMiho because like the tank count is just so low. I feel like if he's gonna try that style, maybe he needs 2 factories. But frankly, I just think he should just retain the tanks.
I mean, the thing about I think a 2-base push like that is it's only good if it really works, And the thing is, like when it didn't work, he started doing, it's kind of like in Game 1 where like he had the Game 1. He actually, that's not the easiest way to form that sentence. He was going to win the first game, right?
Right.
But instead he started like shooting medevacs with stuff in it all over the place where it's like, dude, he doesn't have anything. Just go kill him. If you're Terran, if all your stuff's together, your tanks, your Marines, and your medevacs are there, you can end the game. But he like almost lost control of the first game. Then in Game 2, he like failed with the push, and he kind of did the same thing where he's just sort of like dropping everywhere and sieging up. And it's like, okay, stop. Go back and expand, or wait until you're ready to attack again. Stop sending these squads out that are just designed to lose, basically.
There were 1 or 2 drops, especially the Doom drop there in the main base, that did a lot of value. But you're not getting those all the time. That was maybe 1 out of 4, 1 out of 5 drops that were actually paying for themselves. Besides that, you're just losing units, and more importantly, you're losing tanks because he kept bringing tanks with those small bioforces as well.
Yeah.
And, I mean, DRG with his army composition, he was just content. We didn't really see – I don't think we saw any mutas that game. It was just Lingbane Hydra. He didn't even need the mutas to control the drops. I mean, what happens if DRG ends up going for a mutalist composition? Then the drop strategy is going to be even worse. Like, that was kind of the best-case scenario in terms of army comps there, and it still didn't work.
It's true. And, not a build we normally see from DRG, and that may be because – I'm sorry, a build we normally see from GuMiho in Game 2, and that may be because – Game 1 was like so surprisingly easy. Sometimes when you play a player, and keep in mind, this is like this huge tournament where everybody's trying to actually win the whole thing. And so sometimes you have these like, bottom shelf builds, I guess you could say, that you're going to pull out, which is like, well, I'm probably just going to beat him. And this way I don't have to show anything else about my play style at all to my opponents. There's plenty of tough Zergs that GuMiho has to go up against.
Like Rogue in the next match.
Rogue in the next match, where it's like maybe we should just bring something out that like should beat DRG but wouldn't beat Rogue. I don't want to psychoanalyze too much, but that can be a thing.
I could see that being the case, especially considering like it's almost as if you're going for like a two barracks all in, like it's a tomb timing.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're gonna be going into the
production.
next
Throw
map.
up the game. We don't have to cue us on. Just go.
All
Thank you.
right. Game number 3, GuMiho versus DRG. Winner will fight Rogue in the final match.
Yes. I'm excited. Like, I'm excited to kill one of these players.
Storm Gaming, GuMiho. Team NV, DRG.
I did really like that point you made, though, about it being kind of like maybe a bottom shelf build that he's going for. Because this is something that we see often when a player, especially if they're up one game in a series and they only need one more to close it out.
Yeah.
They'll go for a proxy 2-rack, so they'll do some Reaper shenanigans if they're beyond. Or,
yeah.
In GuMiho's case, maybe he was thinking, if I go for this 2-base build, I've been playing macro all day, I go for this 2-base siege tank push. It's 2,000 atmospheres. There are good spots to siege near the third base.
Yeah,
maybe I just kill him. But yeah, DRG able to control it. I mean, his defense in the early game was phenomenal against the Hellions and Banshees. I think he lost like 3 or 4 drones, and he killed the Banshee itself too, which, I mean, if that Banshee's all the way in the back out of Queen range when you're pushing with the siege tanks and the Marines, that helps as well. So that was a pretty significant loss, and GuMiho actually open with a Reaper now.
He looked at that last game, man. He's like, hold on a second. He opened up his fridge, and he saw 2-base tank push, and he opened it up, and he smelled it, and he went, whoa! All right, let's try this one.
That's that what happened?
Yeah. He looked at the expiration date. He's like, well, if I use this now, it won't kill me.
It might have expired a couple of days ago.
Those dates aren't always exactly right.
I don't think have we? Am I wrong? I don't think we've seen Reaper openings from GuMiho yet. Hasn't it been mostly Marines and Hellions?
Yeah, we have not had Reaper openings. So he's going to go with, again, kind of alternative tech.
I do want to point out that this is the map, Nautilus 2, that he found a lot of success against Rogan. And if you missed that map, the play style that he took was basically, and Tasteless broke this down perfectly, is on this map it's easy, it's relatively easy to go up to 5 bases, and then it becomes exponentially harder to take bases after that. Getting the 6th base, unless you have total map control, is nigh impossible. And GuMiho's entire strategy there, felt like, against Rogue was to just kind of bottleneck the Zerg, do what damage you can, but more importantly, control the middle. Don't let them take that 6th base. Eventually, they run out of minerals and you win the game.
Yeah.
And we'll see if GuMiho decides to go for a different style. But frankly, that was a very impressive TVZ that he played here in the first match of the day.
Yeah.
And I would not be surprised to see him try and take the same kind of approach against DRG here.
Yeah, I would like to see a game where there is like just normal development. Just like, okay, like what happens if nobody has tried to pull the rug out from under the other one? Like, or who's actually better here?
We have seen a lot of that.
Yeah, with these two, it's like they're both trying to, get the upper. Well, I guess it's just GuMiho really trying to run in there and mess him up. So, I mean, it's going to be a little bit, guys, before we really know what they're going to do.
Looks like it might be Reaper Hellion on the ground with Banshees for GuMiho, and wait, is this actually a third CC? Yeah. It's a really fast 3 CC. It's so fast I almost missed it.
Yeah. So he's going to land that down there.
Oh, just a Viking. Okay, okay. Yeah, this is looking a lot like the game against Rogue. If I'm not mistaken.
He might go for battle cruisers here. Something like that.
Wow. Okay.
Which is actually kind of old. It's not bad. Old is not bad, to be completely clear with everybody. It's just, an idea that's been here before.
Sometimes it's even better because it could be off meta,
Yeah.
It could catch players a little unaware.
We see this a lot in RTS games where someone brings out kind of an older, different style, and it works out really nicely.
I love that move by GuMiho as well. He was researching concussive shells on the barracks to make it look like a bio play, like he's getting combat shields or stim while the Overlord was there, but actually it is just for the battle cruiser, as we know. Might throw DRG for a loop. He is getting the Bailing Nest. I wonder if maybe he's suspecting this might be an Armory Hellbat play, because that also could be possible. Could just be a defensive nest as well, but we'll see what GuMiho is able to get with this. TVZ's not a matchup that I follow super closely, so I'm a little bit out of touch, but I'm curious to see what kind of damage he can find here with the Hellions on the ground and the battlecruiser in the air.
I think this is one of the strengths of this is that you teleport the battlecruiser somewhere. It is going to kill drones, overlords, queens, and it's pretty easy to just kind of navigate it away and repair it. There's styles where you get just one battlecruiser. We've seen styles where you get up to like 3 or 2, and then there's styles where you just keep making more and more and more.
2 more factories, Tasteless.
Oh, I didn't see that.
He's going back.
Is he being a Gumi gamer?
He's a Gumi gamer.
Is he being a Gumi bear? This is crazy. You know what they call gummy bears out here, right?
What do they call gummy bears out here?
Haribo. They do
Oh,
that
because
in
of the brand.
Europe as well.
I didn't know that actually.
Oh, you didn't know? See, okay,
No.
because you're American like me. I like remember
the gummy bears.
For whatever reason, I had gummy bears, like, or somebody had gummy bears, and like I heard a bunch of people also go Haribo, and I just this moment I just went, that's a weird sound they made. Like I never bothered to like figure out what they're talking. Like that's true. And I remember a couple times people going, oh Haribo, and I'm just like, all right, I'm not in on something here.
All right, this battlecruiser is getting work done already. One queen going down as well as 3 drones, almost 4 drones there in the Hellions. Oh my goodness, those drones do not want to be distant mining right now. That's even more going down. That's a lot of Hellions. Almost as many Hellions as we have Lings. 20 more in production as DRG trying to salvage
but he drops
this.
the BC. You really can't drop the battlecruiser. Now he's going to kill a lot of drones though, so maybe it doesn't matter. A lot of this is hinged on recycling the battlecruiser over and over.
A little overzealous. GuMiho now down to 1 Reaper, 1 Marine, 3 Hellions, and a Viking, which is not the army comp you want 7 minutes into the game.
Yeah, he really doesn't have anything, does he?
Telling you, he saw that low number of Lings and he just saw money signs in his eye. He's like, I want those drones.
Yeah.
Give me Rogue.
Yeah, he's like, I know what happens if I get enough of these.
The thing is, though, going mech, you can grind these games out. Any kind of early game disadvantage.
But it's going to be the GuMiho mech where it's Cyclones. So he's just like he's just running around.
That's
it's
true.
going to be Hellbats and Cyclones.
There was, if I'm not mistaken, there was a period quite recently where GuMiho just tried to make like Cyclones in every single matchup for a while.
Oh yeah.
He loves his Cyclones, man.
I casted those games very cautiously as I had no idea what was going on. I'm like, all right, Tasteless, you're going to have to roll with the punches here.
6 more drones going down here. That's some nice damage. I mean, the worker differential is not that bad here for GuMiho. And
dude, he needs to be careful, man. What are you doing?
You got to get vehicle plating if you want to make that work, man.
17 mutas are about to hatch.
I think GuMiho is the Thor at home, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe not. I thought I saw one in the production tab, but now that I think about it, we probably would have seen it in the unit count, no?
Yeah, we would have to, right?
I must have canceled it because 6 turrets now going down.
Cyclones aren't good against mass muta. You know, he's losing too many battlecruisers, man. It's actually very rare, even if it's not the best Terrans, to lose the battlecruiser. It's one of the easier things to do. Not knocking on GuMiho, but you know, it is true. And so the mutas are out. And
this is problematic.
Yeah, the combination of the Cyclones and the battlecruiser, I guess this is very doable.
These Banelings coming in, the SCVs are going to try and make their way away. Most of the mutas have gone down by now.
It seems like GuMiho's reaction timing with almost every move he needs to make is a little bit slower. You know what I'm saying?
It's like working, though, for now. I mean, this defense hasn't been that bad. I thought it was going to be way more problematic, but...
Sure.
Yamatoing 1 muta.
Okay, he does deny the command center. Kills the depot.
My 2 Hellbats and 1 battlecruiser is all he's got out right now.
It's actually kind of crazy how little he has right now.
He might die. We'll see. 10 more drones in production, but I feel like if DRG was to just completely flood right now, it could be devastating to GuMiho. Although it is hard to read when you're in these situations. Typically, mech Terrans, if they're in their base and they've got missile turrets set up and stuff like this, it's tough to actually go kill them. Yeah. Usually it's more of a contained game, so it could be kind of difficult to read that from DRG's side. In the meantime, instead, we'll be finding some damage. If he's able to get this armory, that'll be a really nice pickup. The Thor's coming in. Oh my god, 24 SCVs.
Oh, I think we're going to just start to see GuMiho get flattened here. He's so low in supply. I mean, he just has a couple of different sets of robots here to fight with.
Robots.
Yeah.
Oh, I want to stop calling him mech and start calling him Robot Terran.
He's got a couple of RoboCop walkers and not much else left here.
I'm telling you, this has to be the grindiest game of all time if GuMiho's going to come back.
Yeah.
Even this Thor might just get magic boxed here as the mutas come in. It's
everything is too little too late, you know?
Yeah, the defense seemed like it might have been okay there at the start. It didn't take too much SCV damage, and the muta count did get whittled down to a manageable number, it felt like, but the follow-up by DRG, just the Baneling flood, the mutas, it's all too much. I mean, GuMiho's production, his economy just isn't there yet. He hasn't really been able to get into the position where he has enough army to really stabilize for what feels like the past couple of minutes, and I mean, you were talking about how important it is to retain those battle cruisers.
Yeah.
If he had, this game would be a different story.
Imagine this was 7 battle cruisers instead of 3. Oh my god, that one got away. That's cool. I'm like, even if GuMiho loses this game, that was cool.
It's not cool to me, man. I remember playing Protoss against like mech Terrans where exactly this happens. The battle cruisers get away every time. Oh, I hate it. That Thor, though, a little bit out of position.
Yeah, this is when we found out the Thor could teleport. We're like, what?
Oh, no. They got this, like, jump tech or something and jump across the screen. Could be crazy.
This isn't the way to do it either. It's like, well, my Banes didn't work. Try my Lings on for size.
I mean, he is trading out Zerglings and Mutas for Thors, and he's not really getting the battle cruisers, but this is damage that's kind of keeping GuMiho in check. In the meantime, DRG back at home, he's at 88 drones. He doesn't really need to scale well, even if these trades aren't super cost effective. Like, GuMiho is not going to take a 4th base anytime soon. He's going to try to, but he'll probably fail. I like these plays by DRG, just kind of chipping away at him.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't think DRG is having the cleanest finisher here, but honestly, he doesn't have to.
You're right.
I mean, this is 112 supply, Terran. And, you know, Zerg is now growing into both corners of the map. On a map that, frankly, is hard for Zerg to grow into the corners of. And I think we're at the point where, you know, Zerg's maxed out. Not an overwhelming number of Banelings, but honestly, not a lot of targets either. So, you know, this should be basically it.
See these guys jump away
Here we go.
again.
This is the best part of Zerg up 2. Whoa! Oh, look out. Is he going to... Oh, I did it again.
Yamato and Blink. Baneling's coming in now on that wall, gets stopped just for a moment, but as you said, I mean, DRG, he's near max. He's going to keep flooding right now. 1 Thor goes down, 2nd Thor going down. DRG, he doesn't even care if these mutants are bruised. He just keeps going for it. That's the 3rd Thor down. 4 Hellbats on the ground now and 3 battle cruisers in the air as DRG continues to flood. And, I mean, these aren't the best trades, but he's keeping GuMiho at like 120 supply while he's at 93 drones. We're just going to see DRG just continue to chip away at GuMiho, I think. And, I mean, there really is no answer. This base is pretty much all that he's got. He's going to be mining out of the natural. Only 12 SCVs can mine now from there. And
yeah, he's hitting so many locations.
It's a slow and painful death here.
Now Corruptors are coming. That's when you know it's getting bad.
Yeah. DRG's tired of those battle cruisers zipping away.
Yeah. He's like, they're going to jump to the corner of the map, and then I'm going to fly back there and kill them too.
It's here. GuMiho for a second started like poking out on the map with like 2 Thors and 4 Hellbats. Oh my god.
I don't mean to be mean.
What are you doing?
I'm kind of surprised GuMiho's still in the game. I mean, this is like...
it is the elimination match. I can understand. He hasn't died yet. But frankly, if he can't secure a 4th base, I think he's going to tap out. I mean, he's got to take that sometime soon. I mean, maybe he's thinking that if he can stabilize at like 150 supply and just full-on turtle, he might be able to survive and grind this one out, but...
That was my favorite engagement of the whole GSL day there, was that one right there.
I don't know. There's not too much to say. I mean, DRG just kind of just keeps throwing army at GuMiho in the trades. They aren't the best, but it doesn't matter.
Get ready. This is the best part. Wow. Oh,
even one goes down.
Yeah, that was a sign of the future there.
I feel like this might be it.
This should be the end.
You would hope so.
But who could say? I mean, look how big Thors are. What are we talking about? Both their arms are guns? I didn't know that.
Oh, man. Even Widowmine's coming in from GuMiho, man. He's gonna grind it. He's gonna grind it. I mean, maybe we're wrong. Maybe he's going to pull off the most impeccable comeback of all time.
Someone go down there and give DRG a cup of coffee and tell him to get it together, man. This is insane, all right? Now, he's just going to remake again. Zerg's been maxed out for, I feel like, you know, more than the length of this. This game should have ended a while ago.
It feels like it's been like 5 minutes of DRG just maxed throwing Lings. And
just throwing, you know, sets of 6 units and then 12 units there. But I think actually when you see the Terran kind of grow out on the map a little bit, it does get a little bit scary. It's like, all right, we need to actually act. The Corruptors are going to kill the battle cruisers.
There's like no static defense here, though. I mean, it's just three big mechs on the ground, Civilians morphing, but these trades, more SCVs going down.
There it is, DRG takes the game. And it's going to be a Z v Z.
Yeah, it's ERG versus Rogue in the decider match, man. And I mean, if you're Rogue, you probably don't want to risk your tournament life on a ZVZ best of 3. A lot can happen.
Yeah, I think Rogue's going to be moving on, guys. But we got to find out first if DRG can do it. I mean, already Heroes beating Rogue. And maybe we're in the middle of a big growth spurt for all the pro gamers, and we're going to be in for a lot of surprises this season.
Could be.
Guys, we're going to be going to that break, but when we come back, the final best of 3 for the first day of GSL. Rogue and DRG, we'll see you in a little bit.
Come gather round me, calling out to other heartless ones, every evil daughter, wicked son. We won't stop until the dark is done. Our tribe is running with the rising sun. We'll gather round, be love. There's natural born killer. Come gather round, cheetah. All wicked, come gather round me. Wicked, come gather round me.
Everybody love the drop when I'm in it. I'll be coming up hot for a minute.
저 GuMiho 우리가 기다린 사이다. 저 GuMiho 부담 없이 즐기는 사이다. 시기 섬유 함유
이런 게 이 시대의 사이다.
질성 사이다 플러스.
상큼함 맥스, 칼로리 X, 맛있는 탕스 제로. 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로 탕스 제로. 같이 떠나볼래?
아침엔 라떼 홀릭, 점심엔 라떼 홀릭, 저녁엔 라떼 홀릭, 둥글하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀릭.
달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타
라떼 홀릭.
I'll be coming up hot for a minute. Everybody love the drop when I'm in it. Everybody love the drop when I'm in it. I'll be coming up hot for a minute.
저 GuMiho 우리가 기다린 사이다. 저 GuMiho 부담 없이 즐기는 사이다. 시기 섬유 함유
이런 게 이 시대의 사이다.
질성 사이다 플러스.
상큼함 맥스, 칼로리 X, 맛있는 탕스 제로. 요즘 제일 탐나는 제로 탕스 제로. 같이 떠나볼래?
아침엔 라떼 홀릭, 점심엔 라떼 홀릭, 저녁엔 라떼 홀릭, 둥글하게 달콤하게 라떼 홀릭.
달달한 충전이 필요할 땐 칸타타
라떼 홀릭.
최고의 적의 정적 이병렬. 10년 만에 결승 진출 꿈은 이루어지고 있습니다. 우승 가능성은 아직 끝나지 않았습니다.
시즌에 우승을 할 것이라고 예측한 사람 많지 않았습니다.
Today's matchup: Rogue, GuMiho, Hero, DRG, Round of 20, Group A. Africa TV, Freak Up Studio, live. 2022 GSL Season 2.
We are back, everybody, and it's time to close the evening out. And the stakes couldn't be higher because Rogue, the former Season 1 GSL champion, is in the final match. He didn't just move on at the start. That wasn't part of the script. Hero, bringing a style that could be meta-shattering, if it isn't already, has escaped and goes on to survive into the next phase of the GSL. Now, I do think this is a much more doable position for Rogue, but maybe Rogue's loss earlier on is kind of related to something bigger that we're only going to see just now. Maybe he is going to have a hard time against DRG. Let's not forget, he went 1-2 against GuMiho.
That's right, and I mean, DRG kind of put up a fight against Hero as well. DRG almost won that series, but when Hero went up against Rogue, it was a pretty clean 2-0. That's gotta take a little bit of your confidence away if you're the Rogue. You know, you're the reigning champ. Everyone's talking about G5L. He wants to be the first ever to win 5 GSL Code S's. Maybe now he might be getting a little bit in his own head. I mean, he's such a practice player that who knows? But
or maybe it's like, you know, what he did has worked for so long, and it wasn't challenged that often, to be honest. So,
all right, here we go.
Oh, there's nothing we can do. We're going into the game.
Game is starting. Final series of the day.
There's a shot of DRG.
Let's get to it, man.
I'm like, actually, no, not yet. Let's do this.
Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Rogue.
Boom.
Keeping my eyes on that production tab. No 12 pools yet.
Team NV, DRG.
I hope at some point in this series we see a 12 pool spine crawler rush. That's what I want.
We might in this series.
It's one of the few Zerg builds I know. I can execute that. I can execute that very well.
You know, I had this whole period where like I couldn't play hardly any games because my hands were all messed up. But like
I remember that
when I came back for a little bit before I started streaming and grinding in StarCraft 1, I had No Regret come over and I'm like, all right, give me the cheesiest build for Zerg. And I was just cheesing every game. Early pool builds, just running in there killing Zergs, learning nothing, feeling great. That's the kind of StarCraft I like to play.
It's the way to do it. So good to have fans back here in the GSL
yeah, guys,
studio.
welcome back. StarCraft family is back.
Really enriches the experience, honestly.
Yeah. No, it's a lot nicer. You know, I do StarCraft in some other games, but like it's just weird casting in these studios that are built for audiences, and then it's empty. It's got this weird warehouse feeling that you know we have that we're producing from, but it's so cool to just have people coming together and I don't know, just feeding off the energy. So for those of you guys at home, you know, Korea is a country you can travel to. I would check what exactly the rules are for what, you know,
wherever you're coming from.
Wherever you're coming from, what, you know, visa or vaccine you need or whatever. But you can come down to our studios. And if you can't, it's because monkeypox is killing us all.
No, not again.
Yeah, not again. Not another one.
Couldn't handle another one of these. Rogue a couple seconds ahead on Zergling speed. Besides that, pretty much mirrored builds there looking at the production tab. And maybe we'll see that come into play. But I'm going to be honest with you, man. As a Protoss guy myself, I'm not too keen on what people's game plans usually are in ZBZ.
Yeah, well, as a caster of the game for over a decade, I'm not either. So,
all right.
So
third hatchery going down for each of these players, and
so usually we have one player be the aggressor, the other the defender. And right now it looks like Rogue's going to be making his 8 lings. The question is, do we have a whole bunch of lings about to plume out here for DRG?
Yeah, I'm looking at these army supplies, and DRG actually sending his queen down to the third base to try and deflect these Zerglings from harassing the third. I wonder if Rogue might be going for a kind of pick-off there. And look, he's kind of baiting this queen over with the 2 Zerglings, then comes back away. This whole time he's spotting it with that Overlord on the ramp, and it's a lot more lings in production, Baneling Nest as well, and we're gonna get some action, Tasteless. We can get some fun little fighting.
Little fight. All right, we got a lot more lings racing across the map here. There are going to be some hatching for DRG. The Baneling's Nest is about to finish. The queens are getting down as fast as they possibly can here. Now, he's going to come up here. I don't know how this maps out exactly. One queen just does go down.
Okay. Rogue getting a lot of damage from that hatchery, now half HP. The Banelings are done, so Rogue will have to back off until at least he morphs his own Banelings, but actually 10 drones in production and then queuing up even more. So maybe looking to back off just a little bit here, not able to get the value connections I guess he wanted there.
Yeah, not ideal. I mean, you get a queen, that's great. He's going to try to barricade the entrance over here now. And, you know, this has actually been an extremely aggressive game on both sides. I do feel like if it's 3 hatch versus 3 hatch, and they're both making lings and banes, I'm like, somebody has to be wrong here, right? They can't both be doing this, and this is going to work out.
I like the way that Rogue did it, though. I mean, he made a batch of lings there at the beginning. He was able to pick off a queen, and he had the Overlord just in position at the ramp to see when the Banelings started. And I mean, these pro players are so good that they see that and they just know instinctively when that Baneling is going to finish, and just takes what damage he does and then drones up. It's nice. As a little more skirmishes coming in. Rogue not able to get into the natural there. Oh, here we go.
He's going to come up anyways. Now the queens need to target the Banes. If they're targeted down, the lings can re-engage here. Now, quietly, Rogue has made a Roach Warren, and unless I missed it. Oh, no, he did not make it.
4 Banelings coming in here, though. There's nothing here to defend. Rogue
he doesn't even see the time!
14 drones going down. That is huge. That's a lot of damage going down. Almost a third of Rogue's economy is going Roach Warren. He's going to have to drone back up, and you got to wonder maybe if he was going for Roaches for some kind of timing attack. That's out of the cards now with that economy. You cannot fund it in the meantime.
By the way, he made a layer, but I think when he saw the Roach Warren, he wants to try to match the Roach Warren here since he has the worker lead. He may ditch layer tech. I mean, maybe he gets bro. I don't know.
Maybe
we'll
it's
see
for
what
speed.
happens. Yeah.
Maybe for speed, maybe for +2 weapons, but yeah, we'll see right now. DRG, I want to say like almost a minute ahead on that lair. It's to be finishing up very soon. Rogue's just now started, and DRG, those Baneling connections, very fortunate.
Yeah.
Caught Rogue unaware. That's a lot of damage.
And dude, it kind of reminds me of when GuMiho did that drop. Was it game 1? Yeah, game one against Rogue, where he just like killed the base. And it's like, oh well, that's all you have to do.
Yeah, DRG had no response after that. 22 drones go down and then just gets mopped up.
Yeah, it's the same thing with like when you see the, the Banes kill the drones. It's like, well, that's all you were actually looking for. Mission accomplished. And so this is going to catapult DRG ahead. As far as tempo goes. Obviously, Rogue has to redrone.
Yeah, he's already 16 workers ahead, and Rogue, he knows that he's behind. He's doing a full round of drones, but DRG, he's already started Roach production, and Rogue, I feel like if he's going to try and salvage this position, he's going to have to be able to defend. And honestly, if I'm DRG, I don't want to kind of pilot these players too much, but if I'm DRG and I kill 14+ drones with Baneling run by like that, I'm going to go kill him.
Yeah, I mean, and you probably could. By the way, Spire started for Rogue.
It's an interesting decision.
Well, I think when you get the Spire in the spot, it's like, well, you can't actually expand. So you have to try to tech into Muta and try to play, an alternative game. Sometimes you can do that when you're ahead too, but I think that, well, hold on, he's going to take a 4th anyways. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh, he did see when it was a baby.
He saw the little baby Spire.
Little baby Spire. Now, until the Mutas hatch, you can basically just beat up the other player with Roaches, right? So, I mean,
I think you're right.
I feel like a Roach attack is in order. Oh, and these Lings get in here. Dude, I don't know. Is Rogue having a bad day?
Might be.
It feels like that should have been another thing that should have been plugged up.
Drones going down in the main. In the meantime, DRG on the top side is going to be denying that 4th expansion. More Banelings coming into the 3rd. DRG right now, he is everywhere. Rogue trying his best to split. 4 drones go down. 11 drones go down. That final connection was just absolute money. And Rogue, he's making 8 Mutas, but with what ground army is he going to defend this? DRG now 50 supply ahead.
Dude.
That's it. GG. Rogue is at match points.
He's scraping Rogue off the bottom of his shoe. What is happening?
Oh, man.
Did I wake up in the wrong timeline?
Look at Rogue's face. You know he is not happy with this. An 0-2 loss against
Everybody's
Hero.
beating up Rogue.
0-2
it's
loss
crazy.
Against Hero. DRG up in the first map. Rogue hasn't won a map yet today, right? Am I wrong? Maybe I'm a fool.
Wait,
I'm pretty
say that
sure.
again? What?
Rogue, has he lost or has he won a map today? Or
well, he won a best of 3 against GuMiho.
I'm an actual idiot. Never mind. Everybody,
okay.
mute
you
the
don't
streamers.
Cast GSL
Mute the casters.
Oh no! Quick, like production, tell them to start the game now. State's falling apart. I like our Carbon San Diego background here in between screens. Well, look, I mean, it's not actually easy to remember. Rogue has been having ups and downs. It's been one of the most turbulent days in any GSL for Rogue here.
Yeah. I mean, after winning those first 2 maps, he hasn't won one. I'll salvage
You're
the
fine,
situation
you're
with
fine,
that.
you're fine. Own it, own it. Game's ready. Rogue versus DRG. Game 2. Is Rogue going to come back, or are we just going to end feeling kind of weird and confused?
Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Rogue. Team NV, DRG.
Look at those eyebrow moves. It's like, yeah? Yeah? You gonna do that? You gonna make those? I'm gonna make this. It's like, what's going on? What's going on, DRG?
Rogue's opening gas first. Late hatch. If I'm Rogue, I'm kind of concerned here. I never imagined Rogue being this close to getting knocked out in the first group of GSL. I mean, the round of 20. This is a guy that has been dominating GSL. He's won 2 or 3 GSL Code S's in the last 3 years.
Yeah.
Possibly the best Zerg in the world. I mean, it's either him or Cyril.
Yeah.
These guys are absolutely crazy.
I mean,
and now on match point, the final game. This could be it.
You know, it's wild. I mean, Rogue does get eliminated from tournaments. Otherwise, he would just have won literally every single one, right? So it's not the crazy thing. But the thing is, to be eliminated this early, and he's lost against every player. He lost 1-2 to GuMiho,
2-0 against Hero.
2-0 against Hero. Thank you. And I mean, here we are, and already he's 1-0 against 0-1, excuse me, against DRG.
Showing some weakness.
Now, this was a quick pool. Notice that the Lings, that they're actually going around the Overlord scouting path. And so this is kind of meant to almost sucker punch, you know, DRG, who's going to have to pull the drones away.
DRG just seeing the Zerglings now, and he's going to start his own Zergling production, but Rogue, we'll see if he decides to flood. He is making more Zerglings, just sitting on 15 drones now. The question for me is this production going to continue? And yep, there we go, 2 more. And right now, DRG, he doesn't have enough gas to put down a Baneling Nest just yet. He's a bit of ways, and if this is a Ling versus Ling battle, once Rogue gets speed, DRG has to play it perfectly on the defense.
You know, the problem with, you know, having aggression like this is if you haven't done enough damage, you're going to lose. So we got to see, to hold on, the fact these Lings are going to come out.
Rogue's been hiding them.
Yeah.
He's still hiding them. DRG's making another drone.
I think Rogue's going to take this. Just looking at it right now. Let's find out.
Absolutely, it looks like that. All right.
Can he block the ramp? Okay, really good control with the drones and the queens. Dude, that was so good by DRG.
Very close.
And again, you know, it's 15 workers to 25, so you need to do a lot of damage here.
Yeah, DRG has to hold this ramp right now. Huge Ling deficit right now, but DRG, I mean, he has slow Lings, but it doesn't matter if you're fighting in melee range. The speed isn't that big of a boon. Those 2 queens adding so much DPS in the back of this army, and DRG right now happily sitting 10 drones ahead of his opponent. Rogue really needs to make something happen. Almost getting a surround on the queen. That queen in the front might fall.
Oh, tries to micro it back at the last second, but it can't get away.
But the Zergling counts are almost equalizing right now. Only an 8 Ling advantage for Rogue, and they have to go all the way across the map.
And Ling speed's done, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Ling speed is done now for DRG, and he has the Baneling Nest in production even faster than Rogue's.
And, you know, a 10-worker lead in ZVZ is no joke.
It's double the economy almost at this point.
Yeah, and it looks like the ramp is pretty well protected. I mean, that can change it in the blink of an eye.
Second queen coming down as well right now.
Oh, the queen is microed away.
Really great micro there by DRG, just barely fighting in that concave. Has to be so careful with that queen, keeping it in the back perfectly. Rogue is going to come in with a snipe right now, and 1 Baneling morphing out of vision of Rogue on the top of that ramp. Rogue will be able to clean up here on the bottom as more Lings are popping for DRG right now, and this game is hanging on a thread. 7 Lings up for DRG, 19 for Rogue. First Baneling is out. Rogue now morphing his first Baneling. 1 Baneling connection could be the difference between Rogue winning and losing this game. Yeah. This is so close.
You're completely correct. He does get to circumvent.
What a move.
That actually might be the play that Rogue needs right now. Okay,
We'll
he gets a really good connect on those Lings.
Oh, no.
Okay, I don't know what's happening in the main.
He is getting some damage done. Drones going down. DRG not responding. The reaction is late. 6 drones are going to fall, and suddenly the worker lead is equalized.
He did it. He's evened it out.
Rogue's somehow pulling magic out of a hat, getting water out of this stone as it looked like he was in dire straits, but with the small run by, is able to make magic happen in the main of DRG, taking down many drones.
Yeah, it seems like the reaction time was a little bit late for DRG, and the punish ended up in the main. You know, it's hard to react faster than, you know, multiple attacks happening at once with Lings and Banes and a ZVZ, right? But again, it's not over yet. Now, immediately when he gets to even that out, Rogue then catapults his worker count ahead by 4. DRG playing catch up.
He got the damage he needed.
Now, again, no one's dead, so this game could just go into a macro game, which seems like it is.
What an interesting start to this one.
Yeah. Well, these are sometimes the best games when it's like, you know, a nail biter of a match, and then it's like, oh, all right, we're in this for longer anyways.
Yeah, nothing but drones now for both players. Rogue with a very slight lead, but I mean, even after those extremely different openings, it's just completely equalizing right now. I mean, 30 workers, 12 army, 12 army. Supply difference of 2.
Yeah.
Rogue's going to try and make something happen. I'm not so sure about this here with the Queens. I think he's looking for more drone damage, but those are beautiful baneling connections by DRG.
Yeah.
He will get the drones down to low HP, but not quite able to pick anything off. I don't even know if one drone went down there.
You know, the truth is, though, that yeah, he didn't kill any workers. We just had 7 more hatch, and there's more coming for Rogue. Rogue is going hard into workers right now.
I think DRG kind of feels like he might be able to get some damage done after that, but those 2 banelings not really finding anything just yet. 5 lings coming into the main now. These will be able to get 1 or 2 drones at least, I think, unless Rogue's micro is perfect. 1 does fall. Good control there by Rogue.
I thought those Banes were closer up to the natural. I was like, where are they? They hit the drones. Like, oh.
Nah, Rogue's got it on lock right now, and +1 Carapace coming out for Rogue. DRG just now starting his Evolution Chamber. Actually, Rogue canceling Carapace and going for range. Okay. Both players going for a Roach Ward now.
So, there's a 3rd base over here for DRG. There's not one yet for Rogue. That doesn't mean there won't be one. But we want to watch for that because we have a very different ZVZ when it's one guy powering on 2 base and the other trying to defend on 3.
Rogue's going for a lair.
Yeah. And so he might have a very powerful Roach play setup. But, you know, DRG on his end, it's going to be a bit of a balancing act, right? Like he's going to try to, you know, basically keep what he has alive as far as drones and expansions and everything else and try to keep 1 step ahead. Oh, does he see it?
He does.
Yeah.
What a cheeky move there by DRG. Had the potential to pay off in spades. Instead, just going to trade those out for lings. And DRG now starting Roach production.
Okay, this is good for DRG. He's going to force a hatchery cancel. And he's not even trading for it, by the way. And so we have kind of a sandbagged entry point here. Now, keep in mind, you know, there's an obvious problem right now for Rogue, and it's that he doesn't have a 3rd and he can't have 1. But he's got tech. And so you need to have just enough drones mining over here at this 3rd base, depending on it. I mean, you know, Zerg is all about reacting and kind of inching ahead, whether it's economically or, you know, having more to attack and kill. But Rogue, I stand corrected. He is going to take another base, but that's
going to try.
Yeah, DRG is going to contest it here.
DRG's been making nothing but units this entire time. I wonder if Rogue is, Rogue identifies this. He knows that army is too big to hold the 3rd base. He's going to have to hold on to his natural. At least +1 ground weapons does finish there for Rogue.
Oh my God.
DRG now coming in though with an overwhelming force, getting a really good trade here. Even more units are streaming across on the map. 20 army supply lead here for DRG. We might see Rogue going out in the round of 20.
Rogue is going to be the 2nd player to be eliminated from the GSL on day 1 here. The Queens, the Roaches, the Lynx, there's not enough here. DRG is going to have a 3rd base as Rogue cannot keep a 2nd.
Unbelievable play here from DRG. Rogue is taking so much damage right now. The Spine Crawlers might be the saving grace, but this is so much damage coming in. Rogue, just by the skin of his teeth, barely surviving right now.
He lives through it. I stand corrected.
Barely surviving right now. Those Spine Crawlers are so clutch. A lesser Zerg player would have fallen easily there.
Now, is this going to be an overextension, though, to try to come out and expand here?
Possibly, but he does have a +1 ground weapons advantage.
There was no reason for DRG to try to stop making there. I think he thought the same thing we all thought, which was that this was just going to end. Again, that spine, it's so low. I think if a Zergling just punches it, it dies.
Absolutely.
But Spire tech here, but it's going to get scouted, man.
It will get scouted. The issue is for now, for DRG, is that he was relying on those roaches to bust the natural and then flooded with lings as reinforcements. But now his roach ball is gone. He only has lings. He can't really engage these roaches because the lings will just never be able to find the surface area. So Rogue finally going to be able to take his 3rd base, but he's really far behind on tempo. The one advantage he does have is that Spire.
Yeah, but it's going to be matched by the Spire of DRG. But again, you know, Spires make very slowly, so there's a lot you can try to take advantage of in that time here. But again, the Spire, I mean, this is sort of the obvious play. You're being a bit of a hamburglar going for a Spire, you know, this late, where it's like, well, what could he make on 2 bases? So, importantly, the 3rd base appears to be ready to finish, and Spines are there to protect it. So, what DRG does, I think, is the right move. He just takes a 4th. Don't overextend into this.
Take a fourth, continue to make queens, make some spore crawlers because you know you're going to be slower on the Muta.
Right.
And the main story for me right now is that DRG is 10 workers ahead, and you look at the mineral count for Rogue, he's just now resuming drone production after starting those Mutas. He was broke. I mean, he has 500 gas flow. You know he wants those to be Mutas, but he needs a better economy.
Right.
And DRG, during all this time, he's building a bank. He has the better economy. Once his Mutas actually kick in, he might have the superior numbers in addition to the better economy with a fourth base.
The Overseer is going to come in here. And he sees, by the way, one Muta. How many were actually made? I didn't look.
I think it was around 8.
Okay.
I don't have an exact count. It might be a little bit less, but yeah, not too many.
Because it could be like a super big brain move to like make a couple and then just tech past that.
We'll see.
But there are 8 Mutas about to hatch here.
Yeah, looking at the map, it looks like it might just be 5 or 6. I'm sure we'll get a confirmation on that now. Yeah, just 5. Yeah, you might be right about that big brain move, Tasteless.
Yeah. But it kind of backfires if like DRG's just going to try to keep making Mutas, right?
It could. Maybe the only way to do it is to go Hydralisk Den, and yep, there it is. Dropping right now.
Dude, it's this crazy like kung fu match of Zerg Tech here.
But Rogue is remaking, he's making 5 more Mutas, so
yeah.
He is actually going to try and contest this.
You think he has to? Even the Roaches doing this, he's trying to like be like, look at me, I'm going to attack you. Like you have to hit these because please don't hit anything else.
I wonder what the Spore Crawler situation is for Rogue right now as he has 1 in production. And yeah, just trying to keep these Mutas busy with these Roaches. Get the unit count right now. So it is 11 Mutas for Rogue, the 13 of DRG. Now, if you look at the gas count, once both players fully utilize their banks, it will be kind of even, but DRG does have a slight edge right now. And take out that Overseer as well. And what a back and forth game right here in game number 2. I mean, we thought Rogue was dead to rights when DRG busted the natural. There was a moment when we thought DRG might have been dead when Rogue came into his main base. Just these players going blow for blow.
Yeah, it's really interesting to follow here. But I think that DRG may have like a really good opportunity to come in here. The only thing that Rogue has right now that DRG doesn't is he has queens, but that's only because he's defending.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
More drones might be going down for Rogue in his main base, and that's gonna be it!
What?
DRG eliminates Rogue. Rogue is the 2nd player eliminated here in GSL Season 2 2022. An upset that probably no one at home could have imagined. Rogue finishes 3rd in his group, Hero and DRG advance.
You know, not every day of GSL is made equally. And this is going to be one of the exceptional ones. Look, I thought it was going to be a very basic day of Rogue wins and then Hero wins. And it's like, okay, yep, that's what happens when we have to, record all the games that happen. They're not all going to be that exciting or dramatic. Instead, this is one of the most interesting days at GSL for the whole year. A change in the meta and the GSL, change the meta for PvZ and a GSL Codex champion of the previous season eliminated right at the start. We're going to go to an interview now with DRG and see how he's feeling. He's a 2nd player to advance to the next phase of our tournament.
Last season's champion Rogue falls again to DRG, and DRG moves on to the round of 10 as a 2nd place. Congratulations, DRG. Thank you.
네, 와,
Wow.
4회 우승으로 지금 저기
DRG.
서 있는 이병렬 선수를 잡고
So you defeat
진출했는데요.
Rogue, the current champion, and then you move on to round of 10. How do you feel? Well, to be honest, I didn't have much expectations coming into this round of 20 because my group was stacked with super good players. So I knew this one's gonna be a very difficult one. But unexpectedly I won, so I'm really happy. So we got to see some phenomenal performance from you, Rogue. In terms of macro, you were pretty neck and neck, and in terms of mechanics, you were pretty neck and neck with Rogue as well. So in the last game, you showed great defense against the Zerglings. And there was some disappointment with your play afterwards, but you were able to make a comeback. I had the lead, I had the upper hand, so I wasn't too surprised when my Zerglings got fended off. So DRG, you defeat the ever fearsome Rogue.
이 경기는 사실 박소 선수만이 아니라 이병렬 선수도 오늘 무너졌거든요.
And this match, Rogue must be very frustrated after that defeat.
이 관문 토스에 이 저그 선수들이 오늘 무너졌는데.
So a lot of the Zergs were defeated by the warp gauge today.
이 전멸 추적자와 예언자에 좀 많이 어려워하시는 모습이었는데요.
And it feels like the Zergs struggle to cope with the Oracle and the Blinkstalkers.
이길 수 있을까 했는데 레더에서 할 때마다 다 져가지고.
Well, in ladder, I kept losing to Hero with the same tactic.
진짜 못 이기겠다.
So I knew that there was
그냥 할 수 있는 선에서 최선을
no solution to this. I mean, I did what I can,
못 찾아가지고.
but I still haven't found a solution to this tactic.
제 돈 내고서라도 세라리랑 레이너랑 붙이고 싶네요.
And I really want Sarah and Raynor to go up against each other.
또이 답을 보여줄지 저희도 궁금해지는 부분입니다.
So I'm curious as to how you will find the solution, DRG. So let's talk about last season. So last season was a full league system. So I want to talk about the behind the scenes story. So DRG, you were able to advance thanks to Hero.
네, 저는
that time.
솔직히 생각하기에 넉넉하게 졌다고 생각하고요.
Honestly speaking,
너무 만족했기 때문에 그냥 서로가
Maru was not too sad with the last season's results, so I think it was a pretty win-win situation for me.
굉장히 자신 있는 답변이 나왔어요. 만약에
So DRG, you said
규석이가 한조에 들어온다면 이 둘을 밟고
you said that if
3위로 진출 가능하다 이야기하셨는데요.
was in your group, that you're gonna just 100% move out of your group.
100%일 것 같긴 한데.
Yes, I think it's gonna be 100%.
둘 다 올라올 확률이 0%일
But there's very little chance that they're gonna make it to the round of 10.
올라와도 둘 중에 한 명만 올라오지 않을까.
So I think either Keen and this other player is gonna get eliminated before coming to the round of 10.
올라올지도 모르겠다 이 말씀을 하셨는데 박수호 선수 얘기도 들어볼게요.
Alright, so let's hear from you, DRG.
종족 전별로 다 자신감은 어느 정도일까요?
So these days, how confident are you with the race matchup?
뭐 토스전은
as for the
조합 때문에
DP,
I'm
struggling because of the hero strategy. As for ZVT, it's not too bad. But last season,
막 영호나 백렬이랑 게임하면 약간
when I was playing against Dark or Rogue, I always got defeated because of the Zergling mechanics. But right now, I think my ZVZ has improved a lot compared to last season. So in the interview, you mentioned that round of 4 is your goal for this season. So before you go, anything you want to say? Well, today, I managed to get out of this difficult group, so I'm really happy. So I've always had very little preparation time for the round of 10, so I was really frustrated. But this time, I have plenty of preparation time, so I'm going to try to upgrade my skills and try to put on a better performance in the round of 10. And once again, I want to say thank you to all the script partners. And there's going to be DreamHack Valencia soon, so I hope the fans will come to the venue and support me. DRG, congratulations once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. What a day, guys.
Really fun matches, unexpected results, changing metas. Couldn't ask for a better day of GSL.
Yeah, we're just starting this off on such a high note, man. And this PvZ meta shift, I mean, can everybody do it? Is this just going to be Hero? Kind of playing like the 4th race,
Maybe.
We're going to see, man.
I can't wait. I think there's going to be a lot of interesting PvZ matches in this GSL.
It's going to be a lot of fun. And with Rogue out of the picture, I mean, it's a bummer for him for sure. But this kind of opens up a lot of possibilities for this tournament.
Yeah.
Which is very cool.
Arguably the best player in Korea knocked out in the first round.
Yeah.
Suddenly, all these other players are going to be kind of eyeing that prize.
For sure, man.
There's a time to win GSL. This is it.
You can see the matches for Group B. That's going to be on Thursday. I think State and I are casting that. That'll depend on if Artosis is recovered and is tested negative for COVID. And Artosis, if you're watching, we hope you feel better, man. Hang in there. Yeah, I don't know. Thursday, 6:30 p.m. KST. We did have that small schedule change for DreamHack so that they can have all their time to put on their show and we're not overlapping. So we will have an extra GSL on a Tuesday, not this Tuesday, but then I don't have the calendar.
I think
it's
it's
like
the
3 or
round
4
of
weeks.
It's the round of 10. I'm
Okay.
pretty sure.
It's the week that the DreamHack starts to happen. So, yeah, no Zergs for Thursday.
Oh, there's Sue.
No, there's Zergs.
There's Sue. You got Sue. Sue's back.
I'm like, I gotta go. Like, end the show now.
It's just like me forgetting that Rogue won any games earlier today.
I thought I was gonna get
It's all right, man. We'll get more coffees.
We'll get no. It's too late. Too late. Winding down now, guys. It's good to be back. This was a lot of fun. An excellent work state. Really fun to cast with you, man.
Thank you, man. I love StarCraft. It's always a treat to cast.
I know you've been down here casting PUBG and some other titles for Africa TV, but Artosis got COVID. We called you out of the blue. We're like, can you come in and help us? You did, so thank you so much. You did an excellent job, to be honest.
Couldn't ask for a better day to cast, man.
Yeah, dude. What a sick set of games. I am really excited for this new PvZ meta.
It's way more fun than Sky Toss and timings.
Yeah. Then either like we're gonna all in or we're gonna kind of play this weird, like you can't touch this style that usually just lets the Zerg take the whole map, and then we just see the weird unit comp swaps where the Zerg always wins. Anyways, guys, we love you. Take care. We'll see you on Thursday. Have a good morning, afternoon, or night wherever you are.
'22 GSL Season 2.